Hello everyone and welcome to Talkin' Tea with Aneuryn here on AneurynPlays. Today, I've got myself a lovely cup. Actually, I've got a full teapot of, what is it? Yorkshire Tea Gold. Yes, the tea of the Yorkshire people, brought to us by such Yorkshiremen as Sean Bean. That's what I'm drinking today. I'm drinking some Yorkshire Tea Gold. And we're going to sit down and we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a chit-chat. How have you guys been? What are you guys up to today? And so on and so forth. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it right now. I'm a little bit rushed. I made a mistake today. Actually, I made a mistake last night. I thought I'd set my alarm clock for 10 a.m. I actually set my alarm clock for 11 a.m. and I have only had 1 hour to get ready for today's stream. That includes waiting half an hour before I could eat because I have to take medication every morning. So that was, everything was kind of a rush at the last 30 minutes, you know? Yeah. I'll try not to make that mistake again. In fact, I'm going to set my alarm right now to 10 a.m. so that I don't make that mistake again. There we go. Done. Yes, I thought I'd set my alarm clock to 10 a.m. because that gives me enough time to, you know, for me to take my medication in the morning. I need to take a medication for my stomach because I do have a very upset stomach most times, and I can't eat. I can't eat for half an hour after I take the medication. So yeah, it means that what ends up happening is I get up, I take the medication. The first thing I do is take medication, and then hopefully my stomach settles by the time 30 minutes are up, and then I can eat. Today, it was fine. I actually haven't had any issues since I've been on this new medication that the doctor gave me. But it's one of those things that, you know, it's something you need to take into account when I'm deciding what time to wake up in the morning in time for what I'm going to be doing on that day. Yesterday, it wasn't terrible when I woke up because I wasn't planning on eating anything before I left to go see the doctor. So I was able to, like, take my medication, get out the door. And that worked well for me. That worked out. And today, though, not so much the case. I don't like the idea of trying to stuff everything into the short half an hour, the 30-minute window between when I'm able to eat and when I'm going live. That's just not enough time. And yeah. So I'm a little bit rushed. I'm a little bit not sure what I'm doing right now. But it's fine. It's a chatting stream. We're not here for anything complicated. We're just sitting down, we're having a cup of tea, and we're having a chat. Or in Kiko's case, a cup of coffee. Well, I think so. I think Victoria Dark Roast, I believe that's a coffee. I might be wrong. Kiko will have to fill us in on that one. I think that one's a coffee. Like I said, today I'm drinking Yorkshire Tea Gold. This will be my usual go-to cup of tea, is a Yorkshire Tea Gold. I discovered Yorkshire Tea through another YouTuber, actually, by the name of Spiffing Brit. Maybe you've heard of him. He's a big fan of Yorkshire Tea Gold, and I tried it because he always goes on about it. Yorkshire tea is the best tea. And I always used to drink Lipton. Oh no, not Lipton, sorry, Twinings. And I liked Twinings. It was okay. It was fine. It was a cup of black tea, and that was it, you know? I've tried Lipton a few times. I'm not really a big fan of Lipton. We used to get it occasionally when we couldn't get Twinings. My personal favorite is PG Tips, or that was my personal favorite. But we discovered that there was a place that we could buy Yorkshire Tea Gold. And because Spiffing Brit was going on about it all the time, we decided, hey, we're going to try a cup of Yorkshire Tea Gold. And it was good. I really like it. I don't know if it's necessarily better than PG Tips, but it is our go-to cup of tea that we go for these days. And it's mostly because PG Tips is very, very difficult to get hold of. Well, actually, that's a lie. It's not difficult to get hold of. It's actually quite easy to find. It's in the import section in the supermarket. The problem is that it's like 3 times the price of a regular box of tea because it's imported. Whereas Yorkshire Tea Gold is just in the regular tea section. So it's a more reasonable price. Lipton makes good sweet tea. They do great bottle tea. Yeah, I like their cold tea, don't get me wrong. They actually did one. So when I was in France, and I didn't spend a lot of time in France, but when I was in France, I discovered that Lipton in Europe do a fizzy lemon tea. And of course I had to try that. And it was good. I'd never had fizzy tea before. But yeah, sparkling tea. And that was really good. I would like to try to do that. The only problem is you can't really sparkle tea at home. Because if you make tea and then you try to throw it in a soda stream, your soda stream will explode. But if you make soda water and you put tea in it, to like infuse, it doesn't infuse properly. And then the soda water goes flat. So I know there is a brand of SodaStream that does these like fully enclosed bottles where you can basically fizz anything. And I've been looking at the possibility of maybe getting one of those because they're way better made than SodaStream is these days. And yeah, it's very interesting because you can see it on their YouTube channel. That you see this guy, he puts Gatorade into one of the bottles and he screws the lid on. He puts it into the SodaStream. He presses the button. It's not actually SodaStream. I should stop saying that. It's not the brand SodaStream. It's a carbonation or a carbonator. He puts a Gatorade into the bottle and he puts it into the carbonate and presses the button and it goes bzzzt, and it doesn't explode, which is crazy because Gatorade has got like lots of sugar in it, and I've never seen that before. I'd never encountered a carbonator that could actually deal with something that already has sugar in it, because the carbonators always tell you the same thing: carbonate water, add syrups later. You know, because if you do try to carbonate it, the fizz gets excited by the sugar and it just kind of overflows everywhere. So I don't know, unless I was able to get hold of one of those carbonators that has a fully enclosed system, I don't think there's a way to do carbonated tea. But it is something I really enjoyed. It's something that I drank nearly every single day that I was out there. The other thing being peppermint soda. Peppermint soda was not what I was expecting. I walked into a store and I'm like, oh, I don't know. And they had like all these strange beverages that I couldn't recognize. But I saw one thing on the shelf and I'm like, oh, that Schweppes, that's lemonade, right? And so I pointed to it. I went, lemonade. And they looked at me silly. And I'm like, the Schweppes. And they're like, okay. And they got me this bottle of Schweppes. And when I paid for it, I looked at it. I'm like, wait a second. That says peppermint. This isn't lemonade. All right, I'll give it a shot. Cracked it open. Oh my goodness. Probably one of the most refreshing drinks I have ever tasted. Honestly. Yeah, some people might think about peppermint soda. Really? No, it's good. I like it. I really liked it. I'd like to get some, I imagine I could make some peppermint soda if I got the peppermint syrup. Do you know, like Starbucks? In Starbucks, they have, various syrups that they introduce throughout the year. One of the ones that they do around Christmas time is a peppermint syrup. And if you're very lucky, when January comes around and they stop doing the peppermint hot chocolates, they may have extra bottles of peppermint syrup in their storeroom. And if that's the case, sometimes they'll sell them to you. I remember when, because I used to work at Starbucks many, many years ago now. At the end of one of our Christmas periods, we had like 6 bottles of peppermint syrup left. And I took 2 of them home with me. I didn't steal them. Just to clarify, I didn't steal them. They were getting rid of them. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. That's like my favorite syrup. So I took 2 bottles of peppermint syrup home with me. There was also a mistake that our manager had made. I don't know how this happened, but he ordered vanilla syrup, right? And he thought he was ordering 8 bottles. He ordered 8 cases. And that's fine for the most part. Yeah, you know, for the most part, it's fine to have 8 cases because sometimes you'll get through it. But the problem was that they'd also just received their regular standing order. And yeah, it was like, I'm just trying to think, each case had 8 bottles in it. So what he needed to order was 1 case to have 8 bottles because he made a mistake on the standing order. And so the standing order came in, but it had been rectified. So the area manager, I'm assuming, had seen the order and gone, oh, that's wrong, let me fix that. And so they sent out the cases of vanilla syrup anyway. And then we received another 8. And rather than just 1 box that was to tide us over until next week, we got a whole 8 cases. And it was about, I want to say about 6 months later, they started just giving out bottles of vanilla syrup to staff members, saying, here you go, take this home, please. for the love of all things decent, please take this home. It doesn't sound like a lot, but because you get in the standing order every week anyway, you end up with a lot of syrup. To be fair, some of the order forms or website order screens are not clear about quantities for outers and inners. No, exactly. And that's the thing, is that it can be very misleading sometimes. But yeah, he ordered 8 boxes of 8 syrups. We don't get through that. We don't get through 1 box of 8 in a week. You know? But, you know, you get a new box every week. Maybe you get 2 boxes of the vanilla syrup every week, you know? And you never get through that. And now we've just had an extra 8. We had the 2 that we were supposed to get, and then we get the extra 8 boxes, which is Way too much. Or it was at the time. Yeah, I do like my Yorkshire tea gold. Good stuff, good stuff. So, before we get too far into this, I do want to just quickly talk about what happened on what day is it today? Friday? What happened on Wednesday? Was it Wednesday? Yeah, it was. So the plan was for Wednesday to do a Super Mario Galaxy movie dedicated chatting stream. And unfortunately, it didn't go well, to say the least. It didn't go well at all. And following the stream, I say following the stream, I ended the stream early because it was literally just me and Kiko in here. And I figured that, you know, it's one thing to stream a game, you know, and stream to just one person. That's fine. I don't have a problem with doing that because it's something to respond to, you know. There's a game playing and I can talk to the game, you know. It means that I can continue to try to be the best streamer that I can be, given the circumstance. Because I am still able to talk about or to the game, and that means that there's still going to be something for someone to come back to watch later on. And like I said, I've got no problem with that. I've got no problem with lurkers. I've got no problem with working, you know, doing a stream, knowing full well that people are going to come back to watch it later. It is a little bit more difficult when it comes to a just chatting stream, because a lot of the stuff that you talk about is meant as a discussion. You know, it's a back and forth. I'm saying things and I'm expecting a response so that we can keep going back and forth. And that makes it very difficult to do a just chatting stream. Especially when you're asking people's opinions. It's like, yeah, well, I like this. What did you think? And you get no response. It's like, okay. But you've got nothing to pivot to, you know? You got nothing to pivot to. You can't say, so what do you think? Anyway, and you just immediately move on to something else because you're waiting for someone's response. And if the response never comes, it's a little bit more difficult. It's a lot more awkward to then pivot after the fact into something else. And I realized that it was going to be very difficult to actually keep that conversation going, especially if I know that no one's interested, you know? I thought people were going to be interested in this one. A lot of people said that they wanted to talk about the movie as well. Some of them turned up, but they all tuned out. So, yeah. It was difficult. Not gonna lie. It was a bit difficult. But ultimately I decided, you know what, this isn't worth it. I'm just kind of standing here. Well, I'm just kind of sitting here waiting for a response that's never going to come. I'm just going to end the stream. And so I did. And unfortunately, and I want to be absolutely clear about this, I have been dealing with a lot of things recently. There's been a lot of pressure on me. There's been some difficulty. You know, I've been worried about my health because I've been very unwell recently. I was also going to see the doctor yesterday. I might talk about that a little bit later. I gotta be on. There's a lot of stress with Pragmata because people taking sides and trying to politicize playing Pragmata. There's people saying that if you play it, you're right wing. If you play it, you're left wing. But the game is for PDFs. The game is what was the other one? Oh yeah, the game is sexist because from what I can understand of people's arguments is it positively portrays a surrogate father, and that's apparently sexist because I don't know, I guess you're not allowed to have good male role models. Apparently that's sexist. I don't understand that mindset, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. And so knowing that I was going to be playing Pragmata, worried about people being stupid, worried about my health because I was going to see the doctor yesterday, and I gotta be honest, if you don't mind me getting a little bit personal, the idea of Pragmata, you know, it does touch on to very difficult topics for some people. Like the topic of fatherhood is definitely something that is going to be affecting me as I continue to play Pragmata. And I kind of had a bit of a breakdown on Wednesday. Kinda nothing. I had a breakdown on Wednesday. I did. And I had a bit of a breakdown, a little bit. Not like a huge thing. But I had a little bit of a solemn moment yesterday as well. While I was out. I didn't crash out or anything. I wasn't yelling at people in public. I just had this realization that things are not going to get any easier from this point out. Especially when it comes to health. And yeah, that was a rough moment for me. It's not a proud moment, the fact that I crashed out on Wednesday. But at the same time, honestly, I think it's one of those things that people would call a valid crash out. I did pick my targets poorly. That was unfortunate. I should never have made it sound like I don't appreciate you guys. I really do. That was just poor choice of words, poor choice of target. Just, I should have been yelling at myself or yelling at the world. Instead, I was just yelling, and I'm really sorry about that. I did talk about this on Wednesday evening when we did play Pragmata, but I think it's important to say it now as well, because that's not how I really felt, you know? I think in a way I was trying to hurt, you know? Hurt people, as the saying goes. Hey Xander, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yeah, they say hurt people, and I think that's kind of what I was doing. Is like I was frustrated, I was confused, and I was just lashing out, and I'm really sorry about that. It's not something I ever want to do, but you know, sometimes our emotions get the best of us. Sometimes we just need to let off steam, and that's not justifying it, it's just me explaining, really. But, you know, I've had time to think, I've had time to cool down, cooler heads prevail, and I feel better. I feel better. I do. I feel way better. And you probably shouldn't. That's the other thing. This is why you don't want to crash out, because when you do yell and you shout and you feel better afterwards, you get into this horrible cycle of lashing out to make yourself feel better, because you get it in your head, you know? Your brain makes a quick connection between, oh, if I lash out, I can feel better. And so you start doing that, and it becomes a subconscious thing. But I try to avoid that kind of way of thinking so as not to create a pattern. But it's how people become angry and aggressive people. It's because they find that being angry, being aggressive, lashing out, even hitting people is something that actually makes them feel better, you know? And like I said, hurt people hurt people. And the last thing I want to do is turn that into a go-to response, you know? I'm just gonna borrow. You don't need to borrow it, Hellfire, you got your own. Hey Ronald, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? But yeah, that's basically what happened on Wednesday. And like I said, I do apologize. I'm really sorry that things kind of went sideways, and I am going to do my best to not allow that to happen again. I'm only human, however. I am imperfect. And while I was, when the stream was over, I went in the shower. Oh no, it was yesterday. I went in the shower. And while I was listening to some music, there's a song that came on. It was called Heart of Fire by Miracle of Sound. And the song is about Karlach from Baldur's Gate 3. And the lyrics are, now we travel on together, a purpose that will bind our thoughts and our ambitions, our memories and our minds. If my heart should overwhelm me, I will acquiesce with grace, for I am thankful for each moment, every friendship and embrace. And that got me thinking. Got me thinking about what I said on Wednesday. It got me thinking about me crashing out. It got me thinking about a lot of things, honestly. And I realized that that was kind of the universe telling me, giving me an answer, you know? Sometimes our hearts overwhelm us, but we gotta do it right. You can't just crash out and lash out. You gotta acquiesce with grace. And I didn't do that on Wednesday. But I'll try to do it in future. I'll try to be more mindful of my thoughts and feelings, and not just rant into the void. Because it's never just a void, is it? It's never just a void. There's always someone there to cop strays. And that's not good. Yeah, Wednesday was a rough day, Hellfire. It really was. In regards to the health stuff, just very quickly, I'm not going to go over details with this because I don't know any details yet. But on Wednesday, or yesterday, Thursday, I went to the doctor. I went to the doctor to talk about sinus infection, which apparently I've got. Oh, I was under the impression that I've had a sinus infection for a very long time. And I thought that, and that my GP had told me that it could have been my sinus infection that was causing me to have toothache. And therefore, removing all my teeth has been a bad thing. It has been due to sinus infection, not because of anything actually wrong with my teeth. Well, the doctor I went to see yesterday is a ears, nose, and throat specialist, or what they just call ENT specialist. And he used to be a dentist. Luck of all lucks, am I right? And he looked at my CT scan from 2023 when I first got one. And he's like, I don't see any evidence of an infection. What I do see is evidence that your teeth may have been inflaming your sinuses. Because the roots from some of my back teeth, I used to have really big roots on my teeth. And the roots actually poked through into the sinus cavity. And so my sinus issues may have been caused by my teeth, not the other way around. However, when I talked to him about what my dentist had, the various dentists that I've been to, he was not happy. As an ex-dentist, he was not happy with the fact that I do not have any teeth left. I still got my front teeth. I don't have any molars. He wasn't happy about that. He wasn't happy about that because, as he put it, if you have got pain in your back teeth and you have a tooth filled, then root canaled, then removed, and then you move on to the next tooth and have it filled, root canaled, and then removed, and then you move on to the next tooth and you have it filled, root canal. At that point, a dentist is supposed to say, hey, do you know what? Maybe there's an underlying problem here. They're supposed to say, hang on, maybe you need to see an ENT specialist. Maybe you need to see a neurologist. Maybe you need to have some kind of sleep study done. Because there are all kinds of reasons why you might have painful teeth. And it's not necessarily always because your teeth are bad. And so even he, an ex-dentist, said, I think you've been messed around. And that is something that I have been concerned about for a very long time. And every single dentist I've been to has said, no, that's just the process. If that was just the process, why is it that I have no teeth left? Why didn't anyone turn around and say, maybe you should see another doctor? So, on one hand, yes, getting my teeth out probably has alleviated some of the issues I have in my sinuses. But on the other hand, they probably took them out without actually needing to when I needed to go see another doctor. Which is disturbing. It's disgusting. Because you go to a doctor, you go to a dentist because they're the expert. You know? You expect them to tell you the truth. To tell you things that you don't know about your own body. And if they're gonna lie to you, if they're gonna just treat you as an ATM machine, ATM machine? Really? The M in ATM is machine. If they're gonna treat you like an ATM, then who do you trust? And I'm really that affected me yesterday. It affected me greatly. Like I said, I had a somber moment. I kind of just sat down and thought to myself, where do I go from here? I wanted to get angry, but I didn't know who to be angry at. And yeah, like I said, things are not going well for me right now, unfortunately, but hey, thankfully I've got you guys as therapy. I think I was playing Apex during the same time, usual crashing out and yeah, don't worry. Yeah, that's fine. What do you mean usual crashing out and complaining? I don't usually crash out and complain. How dare you, sir? It's truly staggering how uncommon it is for supposed specialists to say, hey, maybe there's an underlying problem here. I know, and that's the thing that's scary, is that you can go to, like, I'm being referred to a neurologist now, you know? I've been to my GP, I've been to my dentist have pulled my teeth out. My GP thought that it was a sinus infection that may have been causing my toothache. My ears, nose, throat specialist says, no, it might have been the other way around. It could have been my teeth that was affecting my sinuses. Speaking of, I'm feeling really full up today, honestly. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they were in there tickling the back of my nose with stuff. But, yeah. And now I'm being referred to a neurologist. Because they think that it might be brain-related, or it could be that I'm clenching my teeth. It could be... I don't have any teeth to clench, but yeah, you know what I mean. I'm glad you can still talk and you found someone who knew something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and how lucky was I to get a ears, nose, and throat specialist that used to be a dentist? Like, of all the people I could have stumbled into, he was like the perfect person. So that's really good fortune right there. I really am glad that I was able to find this person. Oh, right. No, Hellfire was crashing out because of Apex. Ah, yes, I get it. Yep. Understandable. Have a nice day. The GP ultimately is trying to treat first and then refers you to a specialist who could have better idea. Yeah, I don't have a problem with my GP. I honestly don't. I think my GP is fine. He actually, you know, sits down, listens, gets me to do tests and things, and it's encouraging to see someone who actually gives a crap compared to other doctors that I've had. And the only thing is that, yes, clearly he did make a mistake. he doesn't, he thinks I've got sinusitis. But the ENT guy said no. But that's fine. You know, sometimes doctors make mistakes. So long as they don't go, well, we needed to take out, you know, a tumor, but we accidentally cut off your leg. I don't think a GP making a mistake is that bad. Sometimes it can be a problem if they don't come back and they fix those problems. But at very least, my GP said, hey, you might have this wrong with you. Take this. And then also go see an ENT. And yeah, you know, he did both sides of it. He's like, well, if you do have an infection, take this. Now go see an ENT. That's where you have an aversion to that's where you have an aversion to sinusitis. Oh. Gosh dang it, Max. General practitioner being a literal job description. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a general practitioner. Dramatically falls through the window. Actually, I kind of imagine you falling through the ceiling. Hey, Bob. I love that. That's still one of my favorite old memes. The guy just falls through the ceiling. Hey, Bob. Hey, Billy. Imperfect and incompetent are two different things. Exactly. And yes, I also feel like I have experienced both. Also, imperfect, incompetent, and malicious. Malicious is something else entirely as well. You can have all good intentions and still be incompetent, but malicious is knowingly making mistakes. And, you know, that's a thing. That's something that you need to be aware of when you're going to see a doctor or you're going to see a dentist, is like, are they treating you like an ATM? Are you just coming back to them time and time again so they can take more money from you and move you along? You know? Oh, just come back next week, you know? And then you got to keep buying, you know, more sessions. That's something to take into consideration. You don't want to think like that. I wish I didn't have to think like that, but sadly, that's kind of where I'm at, is that I'm realizing that there's some people, they go into these professions, they don't try to be a doctor because they want to improve people's lives. They become a doctor because they see it as, well, I can make a lot of money that way. And yeah, it's rough when you realize that you're talking to someone who is malicious, or you're talking to someone who's malicious rather than someone who is I can accept incompetent. You know, it's like, all right, you cocked up, it's fine, I can go somewhere else. But when someone is malicious, that's something else entirely. Do you remember my Taiwan trip in February? Yeah? You're kind of trying to take over the conversation, Xander. You keep chucking things in, saying, let's talk about geography. Let's do you have McDonald's? You can be a part of the conversation without trying to take over it, you know? It's like car companies making cars rust faster for people to buy more cars. Now, see, that's a really interesting topic. Because, yeah, that is a scary thought, because a lot of the structural integrity stuff, it makes you wonder if it makes you wonder, you know, do these cars actually pass safety at the end of the day? When you hear about stuff like that, I think that, to be fair, I think that's a bit of a conspiracy theory, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about the whole making things rust faster. But, it does make me wonder, like, at what point does the structural integrity run out? You know, that's concerning. Is the rust going to massively compromise the car in an accident, you know? Like, you expect the car to protect you. It's a big, you know, cage of steel, hopefully. Most cars these days are made out of plastic and polycarbonates. But it's, it does make you wonder. It is a scary thought. Planned obsolescence is terrible. It really is. It's a scary thought. It's especially a scary thought with cars and other things like buses. Like, do they do the same thing for buses? Public transport, where there could be 50 people on board? That's a scary thought. That's a real scary thought. We see a lot of it in household appliances since the 90s. Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like planned obsolescence has gotten worse. It really does feel like they just... Yeah. Thankfully, though, I tell you what, we did end up picking up a good fridge. We've had it for more than 10 years now. And, we sometimes get some issues. Sometimes it, the way that like, we find water in the fridge, you know? From condensation. But that's about it. Sometimes we get some water in the fridge. And it's not that big of a deal. We just stick a tea towel at the back of the fridge. It absorbs everything. No problem. Yeah, it's about 12 years old now. Which is pretty good. Like, I know my grandparents had a fridge that was still running in their basement. That they'd had since the 70s. And I think they replaced it in, like, the mid-2000s. So, yeah, it would have been mid-2000s. It would have been just after I moved. Oh, just before I moved out here. So, you know, that's a fridge that lasted 40 years. Do I think that this fridge is going to last 40 years? Probably not. Is it going to last the next 10 years? Yeah, I give it good. I give it a good opportunity to, you know, a good chance that it'll last another 10 years. It's all water under the fridge. Oh no. Oh, that one hurt. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was painful. Ronald, how could you? Same goes with mobile phones. Apple literally forces you to install updates that make your iPhone run worse. So at some point you buy a new one. Yeah, absolutely. Samsung does the same thing. Yeah. They just bloat up your phone so it runs incredibly slowly. Because, like, if you can completely factory, and I mean like fully factory reset a phone from a few years ago, from a previous generation, or from like 2 or 3 generations past, you completely factory reset your phone, you don't allow it to do any updates, those phones will run faster than your current phone. And the reason the reason for that is because your current phone is being bogged down with bloat, which is absolutely disgusting. The whole point of buying a new phone with better technology is because you want to use it for something that is going to utilize that power that it's got. So the fact that you can buy a phone today looking at the specs and going, oh, that's way better, I want to get that, I'm going to need that so I can do some video editing. Xander mentioned shorts there. Like, I want to do some video editing for shorts so I can, you know, film it all on my phone and then upload it to YouTube. But then you start using it and you can't use it anymore. You can't use it to record shorts anymore because the editing software doesn't run on your phone anymore, despite the fact that it used to. And it takes forever. It can take up to an hour for a 3-minute video to be put out. And you go, this is not where I bought. This isn't where I paid for. This is disgusting. And you could potentially go back to an older version, an older phone, and have better quality of experience because it's not being bogged down by bullshit bloatware. I think the one that what was it called? Louis Rossmann was talking about a phone, which was actually a really good phone, which you can take apart and put back together, and everything in the software is purely optional. I think that's really good. I want to see more phones like that. So Xander said, YouTube Shorts POV. Oh my god, guys, this is the biggest discovery on Earth. Viewers POV. I'm done. I'm tired of scrolling. I don't know what you mean by that. The iPhone 17 has scratches when you buy it? Are you serious? I need to look that up. That's crazy. Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Okay, so what seems to be the case is the iPhone 17 is not made of particularly durable material, and it scratches really easily. And a lot of people are buying the phone, and it's already scratched when they receive it. That is insane. That is insane. Just going through the process of being packaged is scratching some of the iPhone 17s. I hadn't heard of this. Apparently in September, Apple made a statement regarding it. Hang on, let me hang on a second. Apple says the scratch marks appearing on the iPhone 17 demo units can be rubbed off. No, I don't believe that. You can't rub off a scratch, okay? That's not something you can do. However, tech experts still say the Pro models can suffer from aluminium chipping around the camera bay. Apple is pushing back on complaints that the new iPhone 17 models scratch too easily, blaming the marks on MagSafe display stands in retail stores. Alright. The company told CNET that the scratch marks showing up on the iPhone 17 devices in Apple stores are actually bits of material from the old and worn MagSafe charging stand. Come on. Really? As a result, Apple says affected iPhone 17 models can be cleaned to remove the marks from the casing. The company also plans on addressing the issue from affecting demo iPhone units, presumably by replacing the worn MagSafe stands. So these people are mostly talking about the store units. But that's, look at that. Look at that. That's a gouge. That can't just be rubbed off. That is a gouge. That edge has been completely taken off. That's not something you can just rub off. Like this stuff, okay, these little scratches, they could be something like a little bit of paint or something. All right, fine. I understand what they're getting at with stuff like that. But not that. Holy crap, that's really bad. Sorry to be Mr. New to the party here. I've never heard of this. Like this. Okay, this stuff, I can kind of see it being the stands that they keep them on, sure. That's fine. I get that. That could be like a little bit of scratching from the fact that it's a demo unit. It keeps getting picked up and put down, picked up and put down, picked up, put down. It's going to get a little bit of wear. It's going to get a little bit of scratching, a little bit of paint. Maybe some of this is marks that was left behind from a previous phone that was on the same stand. Okay, I get that. I understand that. Not this. That is a straight up gouge out of the edge. That's insane. Wild. Absolutely wild. Okay. Still, the explanation may not convince everyone. Social media is full of pictures that show scratches to the back of the iPhone 17 Pro demo units at Apple stores. And this is the other thing as well. If it's at an Apple store, man, I tell you what, right? When you go into an Apple store and you look at the demo units, those demo units need to be kept in pristine condition, because that's going to be someone's first impression of the phone. And if just a week after or weeks into release, there are these really bad scratches all over the demo units, that's a problem. That indicates that it's not going to last in your pocket. But this becomes a problem when it's no longer in the store and it's in your pocket. The problem seems to especially affect the deep blue color of the iPhone 17 Pro and Pro Max. Some of the pictures also show brand new iPhones with bits of the metal casing chipped off. The ensuing Scratchgate controversy, of course it's a gate, everything has to have a gate, is stirring up questions about the iPhone 17's durability. The repair experts at iFixit have been examining the issue and determined that it affects the iPhone 17 Pro models, which feature an aluminium shell that's been anodized to improve durability. Now, anodization has got It can improve durability, but it can, if done wrong, can make aluminium more susceptible to damage. This is one of the things that they actually tell you, or they used to tell you, if you're renting a house, right? They ask you, especially if you're renting an apartment building that's got like a security door. Like we were in an apartment in a building with a security door. We didn't listen to them, but we, you know, don't do as I say, not as I do, right? We didn't listen to them, but they tell you not to use the colored keys because the anodized keys are sometimes brittle, and that's when it's done wrong. So if you can put the anodized colored keys into the lock, sometimes the key will just snap off, and it'll do that because when anodization goes wrong, it can make it more brittle rather than more durable. So it is possible that a number of these models have gone wrong. It may be that they made a mistake on some of the models, maybe the early models. I don't know if this is still a problem. Like I said, it's currently April 24th, 2026. This article is from September 2025. I'm more than 6 months out from... I didn't even hear about this. I had no idea. But I'm now looking at this, and this is, yeah, if this is genuinely how they looked, like with these scratches on the... I know this is obviously overdone for the video, but if you got little scratches like this around the edge, it's still not good. That's very not good, Apple. The problem is the anodization coating is particularly weak on the iPhone's corners, including around the camera bay, according to iFixit. So owners can expect some chipping around the edges over time. In contrast, other iPhone 17 devices feature a ceramic shell. Ooh, now that's fancy. Despite the anodization issue, the YouTube channel Jerry Rig Everything has also published a video demonstrating the iPhone 17 Pro's Deep Blue model does perform well in scratch tests. This includes using a key to try and scratch off some of the aluminium on the camera bay, but the resulting marks were easily rubbed off. That said, the key was able to chip off aluminium along the camera bay's corners. So this is the part where they're finding a lot of chipping on the corners, on the sharp edges, where you might not necessarily want metal to be hardened because it'll allow it to chip easier. In the same video, oh no, I read that bit. On the aluminium chipping risk, Apple told CNET that the anodization layer on the casing is extremely hard and exceeds industry standard guidelines for micro hardness, but it could still suffer from wear and tear over time. Hence, users might want to consider using a protective case. Now, I would always recommend using a protective case. I have a protective case on my Samsung. I have a protective screen on my Switch and my Switch 2 and my DS's. I always recommend people use protective cases. That being said, this is the thing when it comes to metal hardening, right? And I can tell you this as someone who has, you know, been a blacksmith. You know, I did it as a hobby, but I'm still a blacksmith. When you make a weapon, when you make a sword, or when you make a knife, you don't necessarily want the entire thing to be hardened, because that makes it easy to chip. It means that it doesn't have any flex to it. It doesn't have any bend to it. So it can easily chip and break. So that could be what we're looking at right here. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to quickly be right back. Please don't go away. I certainly won't be. I'll be back in just 5 minutes. I will see you in just a moment. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. Yeah, I agree with what Shiny said there. Shiny says they couldn't be bothered by all that. We know no matter what, their products will sell well due to a large group of people believing their BS. That's true. There are a lot of people that have drunk the Kool-Aid. See, the way that I generally work is... Oh, hang on a second. Oh, hang on a second. Why did that happen? Chat has paused again. There you go. All right, yeah, so Shiny said they couldn't be bothered by all that. We all know no matter what, their products will sell due to a large group of people believing their BS. Yeah, and there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of people who have already drunk the Kool-Aid. They think that Apple are the best phones, and they don't care to be proven wrong. You know? I buy a Samsung, right? I got a Samsung. The last one we got was the Samsung 20... What's the one we got, Kiko? Is it 23 or 24 or something? I think it's the 24. Kiko will know. I don't remember things like this. I have phone. I have phone. It says Samsung on the back. And, yeah, phone. Yeah, I don't really keep up to date with what's the most recent phone released. We got the S24s. There we go. Okay, so we got the S24 devices, and the reason we got that is because at the time I thought that the S24 was the better device. I may not get a Samsung in the future. We might look into buying something else. I can't say that I'm going to buy an iPhone, because I don't like the iPhone ecosystem. I don't like how limited it is. But unfortunately, Android is going the same direction. Google is trying to wall off Android, and I don't like that. I want a more open system. So, I'm going to be looking at maybe phones that are running Linux, because there are some projects which are Linux for mobile. So I might look into that. That might be something worth doing. I don't know. At the end of the day, the way that I look at it is, I will buy whatever is best for my money. You know, I've got no loyalty, and I don't think you should have loyalty. At the end of the day, these companies are selling you a product. They're not providing anything that should necessitate your loyalty. If they put out a product that you don't like, buy a different product. You don't weather the bad times to experience the good times. You just buy a different phone. Right? If Apple are not producing a phone that you like, buy a Samsung. If Samsung aren't, buy a Nokia. They do still exist, I promise. Maybe buy I think it's called the Nothing phone. I might be wrong about that one. Let me just quickly... Yeah, the Nothing phone. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Buy a nothing phone. Don't buy a Samsung or an iPhone if it's not something that is going to work for you. Don't buy something just because that's the phone you've always had. Don't buy something just because, oh, that's the popular device. There's no need to do that. You need to buy what is right for you at any given moment. Don't be swayed by, oh, but the iPhone is super popular. Who cares? Who cares? Does it work for you? Is it something you can use? The same goes with games consoles. We're currently having the conversation. Do you know what just happened in Australia? I don't know if this has happened anywhere else in the world, but in Australia, we just had a PS5 buyback program. EB Games was offering to buy back PS5s for near full price. That's concerning. You know? I think the reason that they're doing it is because the price of PS5s are about to go up. And they can probably buy back a bunch of PS5s that people aren't using and then resell them. Which is, you know, it's a pretty good program, honestly, to be fair. They're probably going to make a lot more money from reselling refurbished PS5s than what they're, you know, spending to get them. And it means that they have stock. It means that they have stock and they don't have to pay the ridiculous prices to get them in, you know? They can keep the prices down all across the board, which is generally going to be a good thing for people who actually do want PS5s. But the point I'm getting at is, you shouldn't buy a PS5 because you bought a PS4. Or because you had a PS3, or because you've got good memories of the PS2, or because you're nostalgic about the PS1. None of those are not good reasons to buy a PS5. You buy a PS5 because you look at the PS5 and you go, man, there is some good games on there. That would be a lie. But you look at it and you go, there's some good games on there. There are games I want to play. I want to buy that to play those games. Right? I get that. That's the mindset. You shouldn't be going into a console generation, a brand new console generation, going, oh, well, I'm going to buy this because I've got the previous one. Or I'm a PlayStation fan, therefore I'm gonna buy every PlayStation. Now, don't get me wrong, don't misunderstand, because I do this too, right? I do this with Nintendo, right? I do, and I'm not ashamed to say it. It doesn't mean that I am a completely blind fanboy. I am aware that Nintendo have made a lot of mistakes recently. They've done a lot of stuff that I don't agree with. But I bought the Nintendo Switch 2 because I know when they release a Mario game, I'm going to want to play it. When they release a Zelda game, I'm going to want to play it. When Donkey Kong, even Donkey Kong, when that first released, I was like, that looks really fun. I want to play that. And I have really enjoyed using my PS2. I like my PS2. Switch 2. Good Lord. Nintendo Switch 2. NS2. There we go. I like my Switch 2. I do. And I like being able to play old games on my Switch 2, and they run better. That's great. I love that. That's fantastic. But you need to know that there's going to be games coming for that system that you've just bought. And I know that Nintendo is going to release another Zelda. Of course they are. Of course they are. They're never going to stop beating that horse, okay? They're going to release another Mario. Of course they are. They're never going to stop beating that horse. So there are games that I know are going to be coming out on Nintendo Switch 2, because at the end of the day, Nintendo always release a new entry in a series for every new console they release. Cool. I'm down for that. I'm also down for the idea that you can play everything on one system. So even if the Switch 2 is the last Nintendo I buy, man, I've got a lot of Zelda games to play on Switch 2. I've got a lot of Mario games to play on Switch 2, you know? I'm good. I'm sorted. I don't really need to go back and get my GameCube out or get my Wii out just to be able to play some games. They're going to be available for me on the Switch 2 as well. And I like that. Don't get me wrong. I love my retro stuff. I still collect all my old consoles and stuff. I look after them. But the reality is, the truth is that it's more convenient for me to just walk around with a super powerful handheld that I can play Switch games on, that I can play Switch 2 games on, that I can play Wii, Wii U, GameCube, N64, SNES, NES, you know, everything. I can play it all in one system. I'm okay with that. That convenience is nice. So for me, the Switch 2 was a value purchase. Also, the price of technology is going up by leaps and bounds because of AI bros buying up all of the RAM. So that's another thing to consider. I'm glad that I bought my Switch 2 right at the beginning when it first released, because unlike any other generation in the history of video games, the Switch 2 is going to go up in price before it comes down. And that's crazy. That is genuinely insane that we've reached that point. But don't emulate Switch 2 games. Exactly. Yeah. Look, I'm a fan. Look, I never used to be, but I don't have a problem with emulation. My tea's cold. Sorry. Okay. Thankfully, I got my teapot with me today. I don't have a problem with emulation. I used to. I used to very dislike it. But, I have come to realize that emulation is good. I like it. I changed my mind. I completely changed my mind on emulation. I will say, however, don't emulate the current system. If you're going to emulate, keep it at least one system behind the current system. Because otherwise, you're going to end up pissing someone off. And it's not just Nintendo, it's everyone else too. Sony are not going to be happy either. Neither are Microsoft. Microsoft are very not going to be happy because they're running out of money slowly. Though quicker than they might want to admit. Yeah. I'm fine with emulation. I will, like I said, I think that you shouldn't necessarily emulate current generation. Maybe if you've, you know, maybe if you're backing stuff up, that's fine. I got no problem with people backing stuff up. But there's a difference between emulation and piracy, and that's a very important distinction to be aware of, is that there are certain terms and agreements and licenses involved regarding how you operate consoles and how you are supposed to use games. And one of those terms and conditions is, like, not to modify a system. And I'm all for the... Like I said, I want to be clear here. I'm not saying that you should never modify a system. I am all for modding to make an older system newer. What I don't agree with, what I cannot agree with, is while the terms of service are currently active, that being, or what I would consider to be currently active, is while a system is being supported, that people go around those terms. If a system is older, like 3DS, for example. 3DS is a good example of this. When the Switch came out, I basically stopped using my 3DS for a long time. And then I decided, you know what? I'm going to mod my 3DS. Which I did. I have modded my 3DS. And now I can use it to dump ROMs. Do I need to dump ROMs? No. No, I used to have the complete 3DS library. Unfortunately, I lost most of that. I'm all the way up to E now. So I do have... I did start downloading the entire 3DS library again, but stuff happened. I stopped doing it, but I will continue doing it. But I will make sure to collect everything. Hey, Lainey, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Sorry, I missed what Shiny was saying. Yeah, because I've really enjoyed PS4, I'm not going to buy a PS5 when I know the system's not worth it. Exactly. Yeah, that is essentially what I was trying to get to. Yeah. Right? The PS5, I feel like the PS5, they really dropped the ball. Sony did with the PS5 because, really... There's been no guarantees of software whatsoever. When the PS5 was first announced, they basically just showed off a bunch of ports. They didn't show off any new games. And over time, really all we've gotten is just like a small number of new games, but mostly ports. And that makes the PS5 not worth it. Don't buy a PS5 just because it's a PS5. Don't buy something just because you're loyal to that faction. This isn't team sports. It's not about loyalty to a brand. You should never feel loyalty to a brand. Every time you make a purchase, it should be a value decision. You should be sitting there thinking to yourself, is this going to be worth it? And you know what? Considering we just came out of the PS4 generation, and I had a PS4 as well, right? I'm not a fan of Sony. I don't like Sony. I especially don't like what Sony are doing at the moment in the anime industry, right? I'm not a fan of Sony. But I tell you what, I liked the PS4. I did. But even I was skeptical, you know, coming out of the PS4 generation, thinking to myself, man, there's some really amazing games on this system. Coming out of the PS4 generation into the PS5, I was skeptical. I wasn't sure. And really, could PlayStation have waited another year? Yeah, probably. Could they have waited another 2 years? Yeah, probably. considering the games that are currently available on PS5, yeah, they probably could have waited like 2 years before releasing the PS5. They could have. They didn't. And people fell for it, unfortunately. And that's a real shame, because I think that is a black mark on Sony. But what's more unfortunate is that's a black mark they are very quickly going to live down. Because people will forget about it. People will be like, oh, no, PlayStation 5 was just a fluke. You need to buy the PS6 day one. I don't know about that. I don't think I do, honestly. I'm gonna buy Nintendo systems as soon as they release, for the most part, right? I will, because I know that there's going to be a Mario game, a Mario Kart, a Zelda, a Metroid. There's gonna be something that I want to play on Nintendo every single time. There is not a single Nintendo console behind me that doesn't have something on it that I love. PlayStation's been hit and miss. PS2 was amazing. I loved it. PS3? It's okay. A lot of, admittedly, you didn't know it at the time, but a lot of the best games from PS3 you can play better on the PS4. So, PS4. I would say PS4. PS2, PS4. PS5? It's a powerful system, but it doesn't have any games. It has the whole of, I think, I keep forgetting what the number was. It has the whole of 18 exclusive games. 18. Yikes. Very yikes. I think it's less than 18, actually. Because when you look at the list of exclusive games, it also shows, when you go to Wikipedia, there's a list of exclusive games for PS5. It does actually include some games that have been released on other systems, and it also includes games that haven't been released yet. So I think it's more like 15 currently, which is a big yike. But I've never owned an Xbox before. I bought an Xbox Series X. I have an S as well. Kiko has got the S. I've got the X. And we're considering buying another one. Because even if I don't necessarily buy third-party games on Switch very often, I can still play them on the Xbox. I basically look at the Xbox as a third-party system. There you go. Hey Marley, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I'll probably mod a Nintendo Switch once I buy a Nintendo Switch 2. Otherwise, I will have almost no reason to touch it again. Yeah, I've got the OLED. I've got the Nintendo Switch OLED, and I'm wondering if I should mod it. Because this is the other thing to consider as well, you know, on, as a streamer, it's actually pretty useful to have HDMI systems so that I can just play anything on PC. You know, sometimes it's okay to use my PC, but even now, you know, I've got a really good PC. Like, don't make any mistakes. I don't have like a cheap PC or anything. Excuse me. I don't have a cheap PC or anything. It's very expensive. But even now, I find it difficult sometimes to stream something that I'm playing on PC. Whether it's just bad interactions, bad resource allocation, or whatever. But if I'm running OBS, the games I'm playing on PC run at a lower frame rate, which is frustrating. It's made me want to buy a second PC just so that I can have the stream running on one PC and the games running on the other PC. Which is a bit overkill, honestly. Considering how powerful my PC is, that's massive overkill, you know? But it's something that I've considered. But yeah, having a modded Nintendo Switch, that's a good opportunity to have a lot of games that you don't necessarily have access to running on the Switch while you're streaming through the PC. Same goes with the Xbox, or Wii U is actually apparently really good as well. There's a lot of consoles which you can modify and turn them in. The mini consoles are great. Like, I've got a mini NES with a lot of games on it. I've got a mini SNES with a lot of games on it. I've got a mini Mega Drive, which I haven't got around to modding that one, but I will be doing that. And I want to buy a mini PlayStation so that I can completely wipe that one, put a new emulator on it, and get a big library of PlayStation games to put on that. Because then, you know, it's one of those things, you are experiencing the game using the official original controller, which is good. It's a good feeling. It gets you in touch with that console, what was happening at the time, what the developers were thinking. Because when you play older games on newer systems, it doesn't, I don't think it feels right. Maybe that's just a me thing, maybe it's just a retro gamer thing, but to me, if I've got a new controller, like I've got the Xbox controller in my hand right now, if I'm playing an SNES game with an Xbox controller, and my thumbs naturally go to the analog sticks, it's like you can press up, down, left, right on the analog stick, but it wasn't designed that way. It was designed for the D-pad, so yeah. But so yeah, being able to have like a mini SNES, and no, that mini SNES has got the entire SNES library. This is my mini PlayStation. My mini PlayStation has got the entirety of the PlayStation library, you know? It's like having a little collection of every game in a little box that looks like the console. And I love that. I think that's great. I think that's definitely something, if you've got a mini NES, a mini SNES, a mini PlayStation, mini Mega Drive, mini TurboGrafx, mini... what else have we got? We got the Commodore 64, we got the Atari 400. If you've got those, mod them. They're yours. They're your hardware. Do what you want with them. Mod them, put loads of games on them. Lainey says, back from my brother's wedding in Boona. Ooh, wow. Nice. Bought a PS5 for 1,200 during the Rona. Oh. Yikes, that's scary. I don't regret it. I use it for all my streaming services. Excellent. It's a YouTube box. Repeat after me, kids. A corporation's not your friend. Exactly. Exactly. You shouldn't have loyalty. It should always be down to, what are you doing for me? And no, it's not even what have you ever done for me. It's what have you done for me lately, right? Because just because the PS4 was good, just because the Switch was good, just because the Xbox One was, you know, it doesn't mean that the next one's going to be. So it's always a case of, what have you done lately? It should always be, what have you done lately? I find it funny because there was a YouTuber that I watched a video of, and I got so angry at it. I crashed out at this video I wrote this huge response telling them in no uncertain terms how absolutely ridiculous they were and how stupid they were. It must have been like 3 or 4 paragraphs, and I eventually deleted it because I realized it was ridiculously mean. But the premise of the video was, I always thought that Nintendo was like a friend. Nintendo is like a member of the family. But guys, did you know Nintendo was a business? Nintendo wants to make money. How could they? I feel so betrayed. And I'm like, you are out of your fucking gourd. You've got to be kidding me. Like, I understand Nintendo being, quote unquote, the family-friendly system. I understand that a lot of people are nostalgic for Nintendo. Me too. I love Nintendo. I love the games. I love the consoles. But do I think they're anything more than a business trying to make money? No! No, they weren't trolling. This was them making a video saying they are never buying another Nintendo system. They were like decrying, they're like, I'm never playing another Nintendo game in my life. Because, as it turns out, they were not friends. They were not a member of the family. They're a business? They make money? What is this? Obviously, I'm being sarcastic to a certain degree. But that is the long and the short of it. Was that how dare they trick us into thinking that they are friendly, that they're a good charitable company, essentially, is what they were getting at. It's like, no, they're just a business. Yes they are, and they produce amazing games. You can't really hold it against them for wanting to make money for producing really good games. I don't know what to say to that. It's But yeah, this person, I'm not gonna say who it was. I think there are probably some people out there that already know because they've already seen this video. It was doing the rounds a few months back, when the probably about a year ago now, when the Switch 2 actually released. But it was doing the rounds. And this person was just like, but they're a business. They just want to make money. Yeah. Congratulations. Well, basically they were holding Nintendo accountable for them having the wrong opinion for years. And it's like, oh, it's Nintendo's fault I had the wrong opinion. Oh, okay. Right, okay. You know what? I don't like the way that they sued Palworld. I've got my issues with the way that Nintendo operates in certain circumstances, but I've never before blamed Nintendo for my own opinions. That's new. That is definitely new. Huge. Yeah. That one's a new one. Oh, I did hear something stupid the other day, though. Someone was blaming Donald Trump for their allergies. I tell you what, sometimes I just don't want to live on this planet anymore. I mean, like, crazy, right? Nintendo may have been a friend once when Iwata was here. That's actually a really good point. I think Nintendo definitely did feel different during Iwata's tenure as CEO. I think Nintendo definitely changed in the wake of Iwata. It's difficult. Nintendo definitely changed in the wake of Iwata's passing because Iwata was a creative first. Actually, I mean, we all know his classic speech. On my business card, it says, I'm the president of Nintendo. In my head, I'm still a developer. But in my heart, I am a gamer. And you can hear it every time. Do you know what catches me? Every single time. I notice it every single time I hear that. When he says, I am a gamer, his throat catches. He's emotional. That is something that means a lot to him. I am a gamer. Like that little voice break that I just did there. That is emotional to him. It means something to him. And that's how he approached running Nintendo. He ran Nintendo from the perspective of a developer, because he was a huge help in bringing a lot of games to life. And then as a gamer as well, knowing what, or coming to understand what as a gamer he would want to play, and implementing that into company policy. He was really good at that. He did an amazing job. The only problem was that after Iwata's passing, you basically get please take this in the right way, but the Japanese-ness of the other, you know, people working for Nintendo kind of got in the way. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by the Japanese-ness got in the way? Okay, so essentially, there are certain principles that Japanese businessmen, that Japanese people at different levels of society implement in their daily lives, right? A good way of describing it is I like the description in Ouran High School Host Club. I don't know if you've ever seen that anime, but there's a character in that one called Kyoya, and Kyoya is the third son of a very rich family. The first son is going to inherit the family's medical business. The second son is going to run one of the hospitals. But as the third son, he is in a very tricky predicament. He has to achieve as well as his older brothers, but he's not allowed to outshine them. He's not allowed to make the older siblings look bad by doing better than them. So he is equally expected to achieve, but without overstepping his station. He describes it as having to produce a beautiful painting on a canvas that's already been framed. And I think that's what happened with Iwata. Iwata wasn't just a good businessman. In fact, he was kind of a terrible businessman. From any metric, right? You don't take a pay cut so that your employees can get money, right? I know that's the moral thing to do. I know that's the ethical thing to do, but that's not the business way, is it? You know, it's about the business making money at the end of the day. So you can't take pay cuts at the upper level. You can't reduce prices. You can't do any of those things. What you're supposed to do is fire a bunch of the mooks. But that's what he did. That's what he did. He took a pay cut. His executives took a pay cut. He lowered prices and he fixed everything, you know? But he did it in a very non-business way. Iwata was very much so front and center as the face of Nintendo. He started the whole Iwata Asks situation, where Iwata would ask developers questions and release interviews, either on the YouTube channel or on the Nintendo website. He also had the Ask Iwata section, where people could ask him questions. And later, people would release a book in his name called Ask Iwata, which I have, and it's a beautiful book, and it's one that I can't get through without tearing up like a little bitch. So with Iwata's sudden passing, what could Nintendo do? Someone who the world thought was the best is now suddenly gone. We got Kimishima for a short time. I actually really like Kimishima. A lot of people said that, oh, he's not gonna be messing around. He's a businessman. He is. He's a real a serious guy, you know. He doesn't really care about the video game side of things. He's just a businessman. Hang on, have I made a mistake here? Hang on a minute. Nintendo Kimishima. No, I was right. Yeah, it is Tatsumi Kimishima. There we go. And you know, you see that first photograph of him, and he looks very stern, very, very Japanese businessman. And you think, oh shit. Oh shit, this is going to be all about the money. It's going to be nothing to do with the games. This is terrifying. And then he turned out to be a really nice guy. And people started calling him Grandpa Kimishima. And I thought that he was actually really good. Unfortunately, though, Iwata left a very unique hole in Nintendo, and one that Nintendo were terrified to fill. They tried with oh, I can't remember what his name is. Hang on a second. Was it Shinya Takahashi? Hang on. No. Well, actually, no. Shinya Takahashi does the Nintendo Directs these days as well. I am thinking about... Sorry. I'm just kind of doing stuff as I'm going. I can't remember what his name is. I've got a picture of him. I can't remember what his name is. The Iwata Reggie era was truly a blessing. It really was. Yeah. Hang on a second. I know what I'm trying to say. I'm just sucking at it. So, let me just quickly... Why can't I find this guy? Yoshiaki Koizumi. There we go. I couldn't remember his name. Yoshiaki Koizumi. Sorry. Yeah. So they kind of tried to do Nintendo Direct even after Iwata with Koizumi-san, and I think he was good. I think he did well in that role, but I think that, like I was saying, it's this idea of painting something within a frame. Iwata was that frame. Reggie was that frame. They created this outline that made Nintendo not just a household name, because it already was a household name, but it made the members of Nintendo, it made the staff, it made the executives, it made individual developers and team leaders and directors into household names. There are so many people that became popular, became famous, became, as this person would argue, members of the family. Sure thing. Because of the Iwata era, right? Iwata created this frame. Now, they had an issue because they couldn't do more Nintendo Directs with, say, with Iwata, because Iwata passed and Reggie was not long for Nintendo after that. Yeah, he would leave as well. But anyone that they would get to fill that slot on the Nintendo Direct would always be compared with Iwata. As fair or unfair as that might be, Yoshiaki Koizumi was compared with Iwata. Hang on a second. Oh no, I closed it. Yeah, so Yoshiaki Koizumi was compared with Iwata. As Satoru, oh my goodness, I know Iwata's name was Satoru, Satoru Shibata. Shibata-san was compared with Iwata because he was also someone that tried to did some Nintendo Directs. Shinya Takahashi was compared with Iwata because he was hosting Directs. You know, it's not fair to do that, but at the same time, let me bring in that Japanese bit as well. At the same time, Shinya Takahashi, Yoshiaki Koizumi, everyone else who was doing the next round of being the Nintendo face, they also felt like, because of this Japanese hierarchical mentality, that they also weren't allowed to outshine Iwata. So they couldn't be themselves. They couldn't take Nintendo Directs in their own direction. They couldn't step out of line because that would be disrespectful of Iwata. And they couldn't do better than Iwata because that would be disrespectful to Iwata. So the fact that Iwata passed away when he did, and these other people came in to take his place in the Nintendo Direct, it was going to fail. It was going to fail because of this attitude of, you have to respect the ones that came before, and because Iwata, because of the means of Iwata's leaving, the fact that he passed away, it meant it even more so that they couldn't do anything that might disrespect Iwata's memory. So they couldn't change the Nintendo Directs, and they couldn't improve them. They couldn't do anything. They were locked in to this concept of, we need to do the Nintendo Direct exactly as Iwata did it, no better, no worse. And that wasn't gonna last. Thankfully, they did decide to kind of go in a different direction. And this year, This year so far, we haven't even had a Nintendo Direct, which is a little bit concerning. It's already the end of April and we don't have a Nintendo Direct scheduled. Like, what is happening there? Yeah, so that's what I think is, like, there's a... that was just the Nintendo Direct side of things, but it was also the case within Nintendo as well, you know? What do we do? How do we do this? How do we continue on where Iwata left off without disrespecting his memory? How do we do it without doing worse than him, but also without doing better than him? And if you've ever seen the TV show Lucifer, it's kind of like what they did there, you know? With the Lucifer series, the creators of the series said, well, you know, Lucifer in the comic books was based on David Bowie. Well, we're never going to be able to get David Bowie on account of the fact that he'd passed away by this point. And we can't get a David Bowie lookalike, because if we get a David Bowie lookalike, everyone will say, oh, you're just trying to be David Bowie. So what they decided was, we're going to go completely the other direction. And they went with Tom Ellis to play Lucifer. Tom Ellis, who looks nothing like David Bowie. He's a handsome man, but he ain't David Bowie. And there's even a joke in one of the episodes in Lucifer where he knocks on the door of a supposed cult of devil worshippers. And when he gets to the door, he goes, hello, I'm Lucifer Morningstar. And the guy at the door says, you're supposed to be blonde. And he said, yes, I know, I get that a lot. But that's kind of what I think they did with Nintendo, was that you had Iwata. Only Iwata could have been Iwata. So what do you do? How do you go on from that? How do you develop? How do you grow from that position? Well, you gotta go in a different direction, don't you? You gotta change the way that everything is set up. You gotta take it in a new direction that can be as good as Iwata, but not necessarily outshining him because you're not doing the same thing. Not necessarily disrespecting the effort that he put into it by doing worse than him, but just doing something different. And so what they did is they went with Kimishima. And like I said, I like Kimishima. I thought Kimishima... At first, I was concerned that it was going to be all business. I'm glad that he wasn't. And like I said, a lot of people looked up to him as Grandpa Kimishima. But unfortunately, Kimishima's role was always going to be temporary. That's why he was there. He was there to keep Nintendo running as Iwata intended until they could find a new CEO. And that's where you bring in Shuntaro Furukawa. And Shuntaro Furukawa, I was looking at him as being, well, he's a younger guy. Maybe he's into video games. Maybe he'll do the right thing. Maybe he'll be the right guy for the job. I was wrong. I think that actually Shuntaro Furukawa's age is a big part of the reason that Nintendo is the way it is today. I think as a younger guy, he feels the need to try to prove himself. That is also a very Japanese thing, you know? The youngster needs to prove themselves. And I think that's basically what happened. I think that Shuntaro Furukawa came in as the CEO and everyone was like, oh, he's a young fella, he probably understands video games. But he has gone so hard into the business side of things, even more so than Kimishima. And as a result, he is making a lot of decisions that Nintendo wouldn't have made 10 years ago. He's making a lot of decisions that is, from a business perspective, correct. It is the right move as a business for making money, but it completely misunderstands the reason that Nintendo was so popular in the first place. Now, we've taken a very long path to get to this destination, but that's ultimately what I wanted to say, is that, yes, I completely agree. Iwata was irreplaceable. He was unique. He was a moment in time for Nintendo, and he was a moment in time that I don't think anyone was ever going to be able to live up to. It was a magical time. It was a time where we were getting insights into the back end of Nintendo that we had never seen before. We were starting to identify with the developers and the directors as people. Not just people who made our games that we see their names scroll by when we finish. These were people. These were people we could get invested in. These were people we were interested in watching and understanding and hearing why they made certain decisions in video games. And when Iwata was done with that, when obviously, when I say when Iwata was done with that, you know what I mean. It's not like, I'm not blaming him. But when Iwata was when he had passed away, there was no one that was going to be able to fill that role. Miyamoto was not going to fill that role. Yoshiaki Koizumi he was probably as close as he possibly could be to being able to fill the Iwata role. But he didn't want that role. He wanted to make video games. And that's the important thing. He wanted to make video games. Shinya Takahashi, I think Shinya Takahashi has got the potential, if he is given more potential. But to be fair, while he's a corporate director at Nintendo, he's not necessarily I don't know what his role is. I gotta be honest. I understand Iwata's role. He was CEO, right? He was very open about that. With Shinya Takahashi, we don't really see the back end. You know, we don't know what he's about. We know that he's an executive general manager, but what does that mean? You know, I think that he has the potential, but whether or not he is actually going to be, if he's going to continue forward with that, I don't know. Okay, I gotta leave for work. See you, man. No worries, Shiny. You have a good day. Good luck, and we'll catch you next time. I think just to end this off, I think Shinya Takahashi is probably the one that is going to be the best man for the job at the moment. We've not really seen anyone else that could potentially do the Nintendo Directs justice the way that Iwata did. Like I said, Koizumi was perfect for the role, but he wanted to get back into making video games. Takahashi can do it. He's an executive. I don't think he has an active role in game development or anything, so maybe he's the right one for the job. But I'm afraid that probably the biggest reason that we're not seeing a Nintendo Direct right now is because Shuntaro Furukawa is like, well, that's just gonna cost us too much money. You know? And I'm a little bit concerned about that because he doesn't, maybe he doesn't fully understand, maybe he doesn't comprehend that the reason that Nintendo was able to make so much money was because of how open and connected they were with their fan base. Shuntaro Furukawa is very much a businessman. He cares about business. He cares about making money. And, and as much as I laughed, I laughed at this other YouTuber saying that I can't believe it, Nintendo basically just want to make money. It's like, yeah, that's a really dumb thing to think, that they never wanted to make money. But there is a difference. There is absolutely a difference between the Shuntaro Furukawa era and the Iwata era. That goes without saying. And there's a little bit of that Iwata era where you could definitely say it's kind of a lie, in a way, because they were still a business, you know? If people genuinely believed during the Iwata era that Nintendo were your friend, that the company was a part of the family, you know? If people genuinely thought that, then there was a little bit of a lie in there. But, because, you know, Iwata did make you feel like you were part of the family. But at the end of the day, they were still a business. And that's something that should never really be forgotten, is that they are a business. So, on one hand, I do still think that that particular YouTuber was a bit of an idiot. But at the same time, there was a magic there. There used to be a magic there at Nintendo, which doesn't seem to be there anymore. And maybe we won't get it back until Shuntaro Furukawa gets bored and decides to go to a different company. I don't know. But I genuinely couldn't tell you. Maybe, like, I'm just not a part of that world. I'm not a part of the executive side of things. I'm not really paying attention to the names and careers of Japanese businessmen. But I couldn't tell you anyone that could do Iwata's role. He was special. He was unique. It's one of those things, you know, you can't pretend to be Iwata. It wouldn't work. It might sound dismissive, but perhaps people should have seen Iwata as more of a mascot than a personal buddy. I completely agree. He's a figurehead. Figurehead is probably the correct word. He was the CEO. He was the one in charge, absolutely. But he was also the figurehead. He was the one that was the public face of Nintendo as well. He wanted to have direct personal involvement in the making of the video games, in the advertising of the video games. He wanted us as the audience to experience a little bit of behind the scenes, see how the magic was made. He's got a very Disney-esque quality to him, you know? A little bit of a peek behind the curtain. And, there are very few people in the world that are like that. Very few people in the world that think like that. Once or twice in a generation. Like I said, Disney is another good example of that. Not the company, the person. Walter Disney. I do still believe that, at very least, I want to believe that Nintendo can still turn this around. I think that there is an opportunity for turning it around. I would like, and I know this isn't what he wants to do, I know he wants to make games, I would like Yoshiaki Koizumi to get more involved with Nintendo Direct. I want someone in Nintendo to turn around and say, no, this, not necessarily this isn't what Iwata wanted, but like, I want someone at Nintendo to look at the situation, look at where they are today, and say to themselves and say to one another, we are undoing all the good that he did. I want someone to do that. I want someone to be able to stand up and say, we are undoing all the good, all of the positive press, all of the goodwill from the audience that he created. I don't know what we're doing wrong, but what we're doing is not working. Someone needs to stand up and say that. Who's gonna do it? I don't know. Will anyone do it? Probably not. Again, we're going back to that Japanese respect sort of situation, where there's a certain level of respect based on seniority, and there's a level of respect based on seniority from a business hierarchy perspective. So you got someone like Shigeru Miyamoto, who is, by and large, probably the most senior person there. He's been there the longest. He's been at Nintendo since Nintendo first started. But now you've got someone who's basically come in over Miyamoto's head as someone who's in control of the business. So Miyamoto is gonna, under this structure, Miyamoto is gonna have difficulty telling Furukawa, I don't like what you're doing here, because Furukawa has business superiority or business seniority, and Furukawa is gonna have difficulty telling Miyamoto, you can't do that, because Miyamoto has got superior seniority in the sheer number of years that he's been there. And I wonder, like, how do they operate around these complications, these different operations of Japanese seniority? How does that work? How does that fit? I don't think it's something that I, as a Westerner, obviously I've never grown up in that environment, but as a Westerner looking, it seems daunting. It's like a labyrinth trying to navigate all of these ridiculous, over-the-top, this person is senior to me in this situation, but I'm senior to them in this situation. Does this situation count as being more like that or like this? You know, I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I've always grown up. I've worked in situations where I can openly talk to my manager and say, "Oi, you just screwed this up." You know? I've never been in a situation where I couldn't just say to a manager, "Hey, I think you just stuffed this up. You just made a mistake on this order." But you can't do that. Your kohai aren't allowed to tell the senpai what to do, even if the senpai make a mistake. It's disrespectful. It is more respectful for the senpai to make a mistake and then accept that they've made a mistake. And then say, oh, no, I'm going to take that on the chin. It is disrespectful for a kohai to correct their senpai. Japan have just ended their financial year. We can only hope that someone's already said it. Maybe. Who knows? You've never been in a situation where you know perfectly well that your manager is making the wrong decision and you can prove it, that you have to obey them anyway. No, I have never been in that situation. There have been times when I've worked in, like, the majority of my working life has been in retail, mostly being customer facing jobs. And if a manager or a superior has ever made a mistake, you're allowed to, I've always been allowed to say, hey, you just made that mistake. That's a mistake. You can't do that. I think maybe I've been in a situation. No, I have actually. Correction. I have been in a situation, but it's nowhere near as big as like Nintendo, you know? I had a problem. We had a line out the door. This was while I was working at Starbucks. We had a line out the door and the area manager came in. And the area manager said, you need to come over here and clean this table. And like, the table was clean. It's just she'd noticed there was a little bit of grime in the crack between, because we had like a bench that went across the back wall. And so there's like a little crack between the part of the bench which was like the table that you could put your cups and stuff on, and then there was like a backboard. There was a little tiny gap that there was a little bit of grime in there that she noticed because she was sitting on her laptop talking to someone else in head office or whatever, and she was really bored and she noticed there was grime under the backboard. Completely irrelevant, you know? She just noticed there was a bit of grime there, and she calls over to me and she says, you need to clean this. And I'm like, it's clean. And she goes, no, it isn't. You need to clean in that crack as well. You need to make sure that it's always clean. And I'm like, can you see this line out the door? And she's like, go grab a plastic knife. Now, don't get me wrong. She taught me something, right? She said, grab a plastic knife, let me show you. And so you could run the plastic knife along the edge, and it pulled out all the grime that was in there. And don't get me wrong, it was pretty grimy in there. But was it relevant? Was it necessary at that moment? No. Also, the plastic knife didn't scratch up the surface, which was great, you know. It was like, yeah, that's a great piece of information. That's good to know. That's something that I need to learn so that I can do that. But do I need to did you need to pull me away from the till while there's a line out the door? So despite the fact that, okay, that was a situation, like I said, I don't think it's as necessarily as extreme. But yes, I have been in a situation where the area manager was like, you need to come over here right now. I am literally serving a customer. Come on over here right now. I need to show you something. Yes, till is the register, the point of sale, the POS. So that was the thing. And that is probably the only time where I was like, I wish I could tell them no, because I was in the middle of doing something. Instead, I had to call someone else to take over the till. Like, how crazy is that? Why did she choose me? I don't know. I think maybe she didn't like the other people that were working there and I was new. I have no idea why she chose me. But she did. She pulled me off the till. I had to get someone else to take over the till. And then she showed me how to clean the backboard. I'm like, was this really necessary? Really? Welcome back, Marley. All right. So, what's going on right now? Oh, Kiko, you said the other day, I don't remember what the topic was, but you said that there was something you wanted to talk about on the next chatting stream. I don't remember what that was. Do you remember what that was? And while Kiko is thinking of what that may have been, I'm gonna go looking for other topics. Who. Just sent the announcement to you in Discord? Ooh, okay. Well, that was quicker than I thought. Oh, yes! No, I did see this. Okay. Let me pull that up. So, there's been a really interesting announcement this week. I haven't followed them yet. I'm gonna do that. Let me go over to the article screen so I can show you what I've got. You've been sitting on that info for 4 days? Yeah, I saw it straight away. I retweeted it immediately. Let's pull up the article screen. So, this is huge. And, this is kind of something which I talked about a little while ago. Ooh, do I still have access to this? I think I might still have some... Was it a thread? Oh, no, that was a different one. That was talking about, the Toho investment. I didn't talk about the right, okay. So, basically, there was a situation a little while ago where, Toei talked about investing into video games. And that's really interesting. Well, I wonder what Toei are gonna be doing by investing into video games. This week, they announced Toei Games, that Toei are going to become a video games publisher. Which was crazy. I was not expecting this at all. I didn't... Oh, excuse me. Good grief. I didn't see this coming, and they're already announcing new titles that they will be publishing. So... We've got Killer, we've got Hino, and 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗵. So these are 3 titles which will, which are currently available on Steam. I think they're currently available. Oops, there we go. Oh no, they haven't got the release date yet. So there's no, it hasn't been announced when the release is gonna be. But there is a demo available for download for Killer. I think it's the same. Oh no, there isn't a demo for Hino. And 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗵 is also saying coming soon. Okay. So yeah, Toei, the legendary anime company that brought us such classics as Dragon Ball, are now going to be making video games, or at very least will become publishers of video games. So this is the announcement of the 3 games, and they said starting tomorrow we will introduce 1 title per day for each one. So tomorrow there should be a post. When was that? That was 37 minutes ago. Okay, so tomorrow there should be a post for Killer. The day after, there'll be a post for Hino, and the day after that, there'll be one for 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗵. But yeah, this is huge. Look at this. Look at this animation. I love this. That is gorgeous. Look at... Oh, whoa. I didn't mean to do that. I love that. When it comes to Toei, we had them create a pixel animation version of that wave, quote unquote. That wave. To the team at Kairosoft, who warmly and professionally brought to life the vision of Toei games, allow me to express my heartfelt thanks once again on this occasion. Just like the film Wave, I would be delighted if you'd all come to love this too. I do. This is stunning. This is great. I love pixel art. I really like the pixel animation, and they've done a really good job of getting the, you know, the feel of that that classic Toei introduction of the waves splashing against the rocks. Outstanding. I loved it. That's so good. That wave in pixel animation. But yeah, there it is. Toei Games begins. Starting today, Toei Games will be the business operated by the Toei Company, will commence operations. On this official X account, we aim to deliver various information about Toei Games to you as quickly as possible, and sometimes in a relaxed manner. Please follow us and stay tuned for further updates. So there you go. If you're interested in what Toei Games is going to be doing in the near future, definitely check out their X account. Give them a follow, because if they're going to be doing a bunch of like indie publication, this could be really interesting. Alternatively, with Toei Toei Games as a publisher, we might start to see video games based on the Toei anime getting greenlit in the very near future. For the most part right now, a lot of games that are based on Toei franchises, they tend to get published by other publishing firms across the board. Like when you look at all of the different franchises that get released, like Dragon Ball stuff. I keep saying like Dragon Ball. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that's Toei. But when you get that, when you see that that Toei is going to be making games, I just think how much anime is now going to be pulled under one umbrella. It's really cool. It's really interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do. The fact that there's already 3 games ready to go is, they're starting off. I wouldn't say they're starting off big, but they're starting off well. You know, they're starting off with 3 video games that are going to be coming to Steam in the very near future. We're going to start learning more about these new games as of tomorrow, and who knows where this might lead. This is a really cool new publisher on the scene from a classic company that has the rights to a lot of not just anime, but there's like other things as well. Toei owns a lot across the board. It's not just anime. They own a lot of stuff relating to Sentai. They own a lot of stuff relating to kaiju. Not necessarily the same. It's not like Toho. It's not like Godzilla and stuff. But Toei do have their own kaiju and stuff like that as well. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm interested. I want to see what they're going to come up with. And I want to see what big games they have in store. Because, like I said, they already own a ton of franchises. I want to see what they're going to pull out of that. So this is really interesting to me. Give them a follow on X. if this is something that might interest you. Alright, there we go. I gotta be honest, I did not have it on my bingo card that Toei were going to release a video games company. Right, let me quickly pull up Toei Animation for a second. So, Toei Animation, let's see, what franchises do they own? Okay, so currently in production from Toei is One Piece. I can't believe I forgot that One Piece was actually a Toei thing. Precure, the Miraculous, Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir. I don't know that one. Digimon Beat Break. What we got? Wolf Boy Ken. That's a classic. That was the first ever, that was their debut anime. Okami Shonen Ken, or Wolf Boy Ken. Fujimaru of the Wind, that's another very classic one. Rainbow Sentai Robin is an anime and manga created by Shotaro Ishinomori. Apparently they have the rights to King Kong. I didn't know that. Or they did back in the 60s. Gigege no Kitaro, that's another one. Cyborg 009. Smokey the Bear Show? Really? Oh my goodness, okay. I didn't know that Toei made the Smokey Bear Show. Wow. So you got like Mazinger, we got UFO Robot Grandizer. These are just the animations, obviously. But I'm just looking through the list. Galaxy Express 999. Let's see. Space Emperor God Sigma. Dr. Slump. We all know Dr. Slump, I think. Obviously, like I said, Dragon Ball. That was a big one. Just Kaniku Man. Okay, so Kaniku Man, we know that one in the West as Ultimate Muscle. I actually didn't know that was Toei, but there we go. It also predates Dragon Ball, which is crazy to me. It's strange to think, like, when you think about anime, like shonen anime, you always think of Dragon Ball as like being the original, you know? Yeah, that's the one where the we gotta keep getting stronger sort of trope comes from, where, you know, Goku gets stronger each episode so he can fight a bigger enemy, then he encounters an enemy he can't beat, then he has to go get stronger, and he comes back and he beats them, moves on, and that continued on through the entirety of Dragon Ball, through Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, all the way up to today, where we've got Dragon Ball Daima was the most recent one, I think. Like, the Dragon Ball series, it often feels like that's the grandfather of all of that. But actually, there's so many other ones that came before Dragon Ball. Like Dragon Ball, admittedly, this is the anime. The manga was oh, hold on. Was Dragon Ball an anime first? No. Okay, so, no. 1984 was the release of Dragon Ball as a manga, right? But then you look at Kinnikuman, or what, like I said, what we would call in the West Ultimate Muscle. That first aired as an anime in 1983, so that predates Dragon Ball, and that's got a very similar methodology in the way that the game, the way that the anime progresses, the way the manga progresses. You start off with a character who is struggling to find his place in the Ultimate Muscle like wrestling tournament, and he needs to get stronger. Then he gets stronger and he beats the guy, and then he's up against someone else who's even stronger than him, and so he has to get stronger. Then he comes back and he beats the guy, you know? It's the same sort of tournament style procedural, you know? And as Dragon Ball had, but it predates it significantly. Gonna look because I'm baking checkered cookies a bit earlier for Mother's Day. Ooh, when's Mother's Day? Is it this Sunday? I know it's not the same as in the UK. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's there's a lot. I mean, I could go through all of these, but you know, Dragon Ball Z, more the Kinnikuman anime, Sailor Moon. You know, there's so many huge names that Toei are a part of. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is another one, actually. So the fact that Toei are now making video games means that we might start to see a lot of these lesser known anime, perhaps, but also the big ones getting some game love. That'd be cool to see. I'm looking forward to finding out what they intend to do. Second Sunday of May. Oh wow, yeah, that is a little bit early. Like 3 weeks away. Well, I guess 2 weeks from now, but yeah. That's a little bit early. I think your cookies are going to go stale before Mother's Day. But yeah, great news. I've always said this, that you should never really be sad when a publisher goes under. It sucks when a development studio goes under, definitely. When a publisher goes under, I am less concerned, I gotta be honest. With the fact that Ubisoft are potentially on the verge of being completely and utterly destroyed by the European courts, it strikes me that I'm not interested. You know? I realize that I don't care. Because the chances are that Ubisoft going down to be able to avoid, or maybe they will go for bankruptcy, but what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to sell their assets. And that means that the games that they own, the properties that they own, will go to someone else. Someone is going to buy those properties, and that means that those games will continue. And if Ubisoft goes under, maybe there will be some franchises which go under with them, and that sucks. But there's always going to be more. You know, I love the Prince of Persia, but if the Prince of Persia was never to get another game again, then someone else will make a replacement. It's sad. It's sad to see a legacy name disappear. But on the other hand, sometimes it's okay. And I think that there are some people that don't get that. I think that there are some people that will look at that and go, wow, you're really heartless. And, alright, I respect that opinion. I can see where you're coming from. I understand why you think that way. But when it comes to a company like Ubisoft, I don't care. I really do. I couldn't care less. Ubisoft have been screwing around its audience for a very long time. Ubisoft have been instrumental in creating I was about to call them features. I'm still trying to think. They're not really features, are they? They're just exploits. That's exactly what they are. Ubisoft have been instrumental in coming up with exploits in the system to be able to try to remove your rights as a consumer and to try to remove your rights as an owner of video games. Like, Ubisoft are known. It is known. Jon Snow. It is known. I almost said Jon Stark. It is known, Jon Snow. You know nothing. The Ubisoft have been instrumental in kind of trying to screw with the balance of consumer rights and publisher overreach. We have seen them actively remove people's ability to play certain games. We have seen them putting into their terms of service. You can look this up for yourself. Go look at the Ubisoft terms of service. If you get banned from the Ubisoft, what's it called? Uplay? If you get banned from the Ubisoft online store, if you get your account banned from any Ubisoft game, they say that you must destroy your physical copies. Under penalty of law. That is what you are agreeing to with an Ubisoft license agreement. That if you get banned, you must destroy your physical copies as well. And you are not entitled to buy any more. Well, alright then. I'm okay with never buying another Ubisoft game. That's fine by me. They are the ones that turned around and said, you need to be comfortable with not owning anything. You need to be comfortable with not owning your games. It's not our problem. We have the rights here. We are the ones in control. You just need to stop thinking that you own video games. That was their response. It's your problem. That's not our problem, it's your problem. You don't own anything, and you never will. So I'm okay with Ubisoft dying. I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it. If Ubisoft were to crash and burn thanks to these lawsuits, if they were to lose every penny, and they have to then scrounge away as much money as they possibly can by selling off all of their properties, by selling off Rayman, by selling off Assassin's Creed, by selling off Prince of Persia, all of these Ubisoft games to other studios and to other publishers, yeah, I'm okay with that. Hey, do you know what? If I get the ability to, I might buy a property. If I've got the option to, if there's like an option comes up and it's like, oh, look at that, Rayman is for sale for like 20 grand because they're absolutely desperate. I'll buy Rayman. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll buy Rayman. 100%. I will. I'll find the best team that I possibly can to make the game. Obviously, I don't have any money, but I would license the Rayman property to a good development team, you know? But Ubisoft, they are not good custodians. And that's the problem, is that these games deserve good custodians. They deserve people that are going to look after the property and treat the property well and release good games. Not release slop. Not release live service crap. Not release single-player games that require a permanent online connection. And then not release a game that they have the ability to disable remotely. This is what Ubisoft want. This is the world that Ubisoft wants. They want a world where they can release a game, and then when it's time for them to release Game 2, you know, they've just released the game. A whole new video game experience, the game, you know? And you've been enjoying the game, and Ubisoft say, we're gonna be doing the Game 2. Oh my goodness, the Game 2? Yes! I don't... The game was the best thing I've ever played. The Game 2 must be even better still. And so you're really, really excited for the Game 2. And when they release the Game 2, they send out a piece of code that disables the Game 1. And not only that, the Game 2 has half of the features of the Game 1. And you have to buy all those features separately as DLC. But now you can't play the Game 1 because they've disabled it remotely. That's what Ubisoft wants. That's the world that Ubisoft wants you to live in. So when people say, oh, you can't do that, you can't say that because otherwise Ubisoft are gonna go under. Good. Good. Because they don't deserve to have those licenses. They don't deserve to own those IPs. They are only hurting the franchises. And the only reason they've got Assassin's Creed is because they wanted to make a Prince of Persia game. And Ubisoft were like, no, hold on a second. Hang on a minute, make this, we'll call this something else. It'll be Prince of Persia, but we're gonna call it something else, and then it'll belong to us. What is Game 2 and 1? Oh, it's just like, you know, I'm just saying that there's, it's an example. There's not actually a Game 2 or Game 1. I'm just saying, Ubisoft created the game, and then they released Game 2, and because they've released Game 2, they've disabled Game 1, you know? It's just an example, it's not an actual game. And they did this, like they actually did this, and this is the world, this is the environment that Ubisoft wants us to be in. This is the world that Ubisoft says we belong in. And yeah, they can go stuff themselves up their own asses. They don't deserve our money. They don't deserve the properties that they own. So if Ubisoft go bankrupt, good. If Ubisoft have to sell all of those games, all of those licenses, all of those IPs, everything that they own to other developers and other publishers, good. And I'll be there with a paycheck for anyone that wants to make one of those games that I have the license to, if I can buy one. It depends how desperate Ubisoft get. If Ubisoft decide, you know what, we want to sell Prince of Persia, and all the developers in the world look at that and go, man, I tell you what, Prince of Persia has not sold well recently. Then I'll be like, yeah, I'll buy it. 20 grand, sure thing. Yeah, I'll buy that right now. I'll take Prince of Persia. And I will sell a license to a good studio to make a good Prince of Persia game. I will. I would love to do that. Of course Ubisoft is wasting our money. That's what that's what they're good at. And the game too is triple the price. Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that the game 2 is double the price, has half of the features, and then you gotta buy all of those features for as DLC. That's exactly right. But yeah, Ubisoft is just wasting our money, and currently they're wasting their money defending themselves in court. Because they've been caught out doing it, you know? No pun intended there. I didn't mean that they're in court because they've been caught. Get it? But no, they're currently in court. They're defending themselves because the EU has turned around and said, you can't do that. And it's going to happen in California as well. I'm not a big fan of California just in general. But I gotta be honest, with California being on... I'm not a big fan of EU either. But there we go. Both EU and California are being like, you can't do that. When people buy something, they own it. What's the matter with you? I think it's lawsuit time. Which is great. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Screw them. Did EU ban Ubisoft games? No. So what happened is there was a big movement called Stop Killing Games because Ubisoft blocked access to one of their games. So there was a game called The Crew. It was a racing game. It had an offline component, but it did have a lot of online play. But a lot of people like to play it anyway. It didn't need to be online only. And Ubisoft released The Crew 2. And when they released The Crew 2, they took the servers offline for The Crew 1. But what that meant was people who were playing people who still had The Crew 1, they couldn't even play the single player mode. Because the game always attempted to connect to Ubisoft servers. So even though someone has got the full game on the disc, they can't play it. Because the game requires a connection to Ubisoft servers. And Ubisoft took those servers down. They didn't issue a patch. They didn't change anything to make it so that you could still play it offline. They made it... They intentionally took down the servers so that people were not able to play The Crew 1, so that people would go out and buy The Crew 2. They basically took away the option for people who enjoyed the first game to force them to buy the second game. And that resulted in a movement called Stop Killing Games. The Stop Killing Games movement was a huge consumer advocacy movement started by Ross, the creator of Accursed Farms, which is a YouTube channel. Definitely check it out. Actually, let me get a link for you. Let me get Accursed Farms. So here we go. There's the link. If you want to check out Accursed Farms, check out Ross. He is constantly doing updates about the Stop Killing Games movement. And it got to the point where he was actually in court. He's an American. He's an American, and he was asked by the European Parliament to come to Europe to explain the situation. His actual, because of his push, because of his work in the Stop Killing Games movement, he was asked to come to Europe to explain the situation in a way that people are going to understand, and the EU Parliament are already trying to sue Ubisoft for screwing with the customer, which is good. Even before the Stop Killing Games stuff really got into full swing, before Ross went to the EU Consumer Rights Commission were already looking to sue Ubisoft, which is great. And it looks like California are going to be doing something similar. So Ubisoft are like royally in trouble. They are. And hopefully this will make some changes going forward so that when a developer creates a game that is for the most part online only, that they will either have to declare this game is only going to be functional for so many years, because that's basically, like, a lot of people misinterpret what Ross is talking about. They misinterpret what the Stop Killing Games movement is about. We're not saying that a developer has to keep a game perpetually online if it's got an online component. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that when a game reaches the end of its supported life cycle, that we, as gamers, should still be allowed to play it in single-player mode. We're saying that we should not have our rights to be able to play that game revoked because someone somewhere wants us to buy a different game. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if every time Nintendo released a new Zelda game, they disabled copies of the previous Zelda game? That's just insane to think about. The idea of taking a game, disabling an old one so that you can sell the new one. And they're not the Ubisoft are not the only ones that have done this. Square Enix, for example, admittedly they didn't disable anyone's, well, I mean, I think they kind of tried, but, that's neither here nor there. What Square Enix did, when they released the Pixel remakes, they removed every purchasable copy of every other Final Fantasy game. Basically, if you wanted to buy, if you wanted to play Final Fantasy 3, let's say Final Fantasy 3, just for the sake of argument, Square Enix removed your ability to buy Final Fantasy 3 and said, no, you can only buy the Pixel remakes. That's not good. I'm sorry, what if I want to play the original? What if I want to play the classic? Like, at the end of the day, sure, we can download, we can remove, we can emulate older games. There are plenty of downloads everywhere. It's completely free. But if I've got the opportunity to be able to support a developer by rebuying that game on a different system, I'm okay with doing that. I've got no problems with that. I want to do that. I want to support the developers which are preserving these games. However, Square Enix is like, no, you can't have that. What's that? You want to play Final Fantasy 3? Well, we've got Final Fantasy 3 Pixel remakes. We don't have any more copies of Final Fantasy 3 in stock. I'm sorry. You have to buy the Pixel remake version. Why do I have to buy the Pixel remake version? The original version was like $3. If I wanted to buy Final Fantasy 3, it was like $3. Pixel remake version, $15. That's 5 times the price. Why? That's the reason why. It's about making money. That is the be all and end all of the reasoning, to make more money. They did it recently with Final Fantasy VII as well. Yeah, they did. So they released, there was an update in 2013, and it's often called the Final Fantasy 2013 edition. It is the best version of Final Fantasy VII that is playable on PC. This year, Square Enix released an update to Final Fantasy VII called the it's now being called the Final Fantasy VII 2026 version. If you already owned a copy of the 2013 version, which I do, you get to keep your 2013 edition. Good. I will. Thank you very much. However, if you don't own a copy of Final Fantasy VII right now, you will never own a copy of the 2013 edition. Because they have removed it. It is inaccessible. It's not even just an update. They have changed things in the game. And it doesn't work as well. There have been plenty of people, speedrunners are especially noticing the difference. That speedrunners are playing the new version of Final Fantasy VII, they're going, holy crap, this doesn't work. I haven't gone into detail, I'm not going to go into detail, sorry, about the differences between the two versions. There are videos out there for it. I just don't remember all of the differences, so I'm not going to talk about it as though I know exactly what I'm talking about, because I don't. So I highly recommend that you look up the Final Fantasy VII controversy. There's a bunch of videos on it on YouTube. I might look it up myself, actually. I'll watch it between now and when we start streaming again later. But, yeah, that's another one. Another example was Blizzard. Blizzard made a remastered edition. It was called the War Mastered edition of Warcraft. Oh, sorry, Reforged. Sorry, not War Mastered. War Mastered was, oh, what was that? Hang on. Darksiders. Darksiders released a copy, a remastered version of Darksiders called the War Mastered Edition. That's a good game. Yeah, so not World of Warcraft, sorry, Warcraft 3 Reforged. When they released Warcraft 3 Reforged, they removed Warcraft 3 from people's Blizzard accounts. They deleted it. So if you bought Warcraft 3 way back when, like 20 years ago, if you bought Warcraft 3 20 years ago, they removed that game from your game library and prevented you from being able to play it, and then they released the Reforged edition. And they said, oh, if you want to play Warcraft 3, the original version of Warcraft 3, by the way, you have to buy the Reforged edition just so that you could play the original version again. Because I'd misunderstood this. I'd misunderstood this for a long time, actually. I thought that they were saying, if you want to play Warcraft 3, you buy the Reforged edition because that's the new version. No, 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 no. That's not what they were saying. They bundled the original Warcraft 3 with the Reforged edition. They bundled them together. So they took the already bought and paid for copy of Warcraft 3 off everyone who owned it, and then said, oh, you can still play the original Warcraft 3, you just have to buy Reforged. They stole it from us. They stole that game from people who owned it to sell it back to you again. Utterly despicable. And they were royally reamed for that. And they had to undo it. Blizzard were forced to undo it. Blizzard were forced to make it so you could still play Warcraft 3 without buying Reforged. But that could have gone to court as well. There are so many developers, not just developers, publishers. Publishers is the correct word. I don't think there are many developers out there that want to screw you over. This is why I say, I get sad when development studios close. I don't get sad when publishers close. Because I think development studios are, generally speaking, developers want you to play their games. They're artists at the end of the day. They care about their art being out there. Publishers are money men. They're intermediaries. They're people that pay a pittance to a developer for the right to sell their game. So a developer is like, oh, I've got this cool new game, I want to sell it. And a publisher will come along and go, well, I'm going to give you like $100,000. And then I'm going to sell this and I'm going to make millions. That's what a publisher does. I mean, it's not all bad. It's not all evil. It's not all greed. Publisher will come in occasionally and will save a game. Nintendo, historically, you know, famously, Nintendo is the reason that Bayonetta 2 exists. Because Sega decided they didn't want to publish Bayonetta 2. They were fine with Bayonetta 1, but clearly they thought that it wasn't good enough. And Nintendo swooped in and went, we'll have that. So Nintendo came in and they paid for Team Little Angels to finish the game. And that was all, it wasn't just Team Little Angel, what was it called? Bayonetta 2. Platinum Games, I couldn't remember. It's Team Little Angels at Platinum Games, right? So Nintendo came in and they said, we're gonna give you money for this. We want you to make a Bayonetta 2, and we want you to release it on the Wii U. And so they paid, and that allowed Bayonetta 2 to be a to even exist in the first place. And you know, Nintendo also published Bayonetta 3. I think they're the sole publishers. I might be wrong. Yeah, Nintendo are the publishers. So, you know, there are good scenarios where a publisher will sweep in and be like, I'll pay for it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't cancel the game. We'll pay for it. You know, there are some good publishers out there. Nintendo are not necessarily a good publisher. I'm not saying the overall, the big picture. I'm saying in this situation, Nintendo were a good publisher, and they allowed this game to be created, which is great. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Nintendo. I love the Bayonetta series. But that's the thing, is like, not all publishers are good and honest and just want what's best for the game. Some publishers just want to bleed the developers dry. Some publishers just want to bleed the audience dry. And that's Ubisoft. That is Ubisoft. I'm never going to forgive them for this. And Marley is currently playing this game right now. And it's a game that I played earlier this year. And that is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I'm never gonna... I know I said this to... I think I said this to OJ about this. OJ said something along the lines of, they'll never forgive... What was the publisher? Oh, Atari. They'll never forgive Atari for cocking up Roller Coaster Tycoon. And I think that if it's just one game, maybe that's a little bit you know, maybe a little bit of an overreaction, right? But when you've got a company that is consistently trying to screw over the audience, I think it's a rational reaction, you know? And Ubisoft, unfortunately, they do have a history of just trying to screw people over. And one of those examples is the team behind Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. So the team created a phenomenal Prince of Persia game. It is an outstanding action platformer that is so fluid. It feels so good to play. But Ubisoft didn't promote it. There were no adverts for it. There were a couple of trailers on YouTube, but it was never advertised. No one knew this game was coming, except for it was shown a couple of times in Nintendo Directs. But no one drew any real attention to it. No one was like, no one at Ubisoft was saying, don't forget, this game's coming out soon. Go play this game. This is going to be a good game. There was nothing like that. And that's a part of the publisher's job, is to turn around and say, hey, look, this game has been made. Go out and buy it, you know? But they didn't. And then they blamed the developers. And then they disbanded the team and separated them and sent them to different teams within Ubisoft. This game is phenomenal. Oh no, sorry, correction. They did have the team make a DLC first, and then they disbanded them. Because of course they had to... Of course they had to maximize their profits with DLC. But it's one of those things where you're just sitting there going, I can see how terrible this is, and Ubisoft screwed up royally. So why is the team being punished for this? That's Ubisoft in a nutshell. Blame the developers when their game doesn't sell. Even though you didn't market it. Even though you didn't promote it. That's the developer's fault. Blame the audience when a game doesn't sell. What's wrong? Why didn't you buy our games? How dare you not buy our games? Tell the audience that that they need to get used to not owning anything. That's another one of the Ubisoft tactics. So no, I don't care that they are probably going to go bankrupt. I hope they do. I just hope that they sell everything first. I really hope that every single Ubisoft property goes to good custodians in the very near future before they get completely, utterly destroyed in court. Hey OJ, welcome to stream. How you doing? It's like Fox blaming Firefly for poor ratings. Yeah. Yeah, actually that's exactly right. Firefly was put on inconsistent times. They were constantly shifting when it was actually going live. It didn't really have a lot of advertising. And then Fox was like, man, this show sucks. I was like, for real? You think the show sucks? Not your poor management. Okay, fair enough. I mean, there is a little bit of pushback on that. Joss Whedon didn't really have much of a plan, apparently. I've watched a couple of... was it Joss Whedon? Is it Joss Whedon? I think it was Joss Whedon, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Joss Whedon had a little bit of an issue because he introduced a lot of concepts which he didn't actually have a plan for. And when he talked to Fox about it, they were like, okay, so what are you doing with this? And he goes, I don't know. That's a problem. that is immediately a problem. Like one of the things that was never resolved is the blue gloves. There's a lot of theories out there as to what the blue gloves are all about. But Joss Whedon didn't have that nailed down at first. He knew he wanted some secretive organization that was kind of wandering around, and he wanted them to be noticeable, so he gave them those blue gloves. But he didn't have a plan. So there is some back and forth. Yes, Fox completely screwed up things like the scheduling and the advertising and the marketing for Firefly, absolutely. But Joss Whedon didn't help himself. He really didn't help himself. He was basically running off of the hype from Buffy and Angel. But he was already running out of steam with Buffy and Angel, you know? So, yeah. And the episodes were 8 out of order. Yeah, that's right. Actually, that's true, yeah. I remember I was watching a video which was explaining why they were 8 out of order. And it was related to, oh my goodness. It was related to something that happened. There was like an episode which had like, I think it was related to a bombing. I don't want to say with certainty that that was the reason why, but I think that's what it was. I think it was related to a bombing. And so an episode was pulled from the lineup, and they showed the next episode, which obviously, because Firefly was serialized, it wasn't an episode of the week thing, it was serialized. So they showed the next episode out of order, and I think it was like 2 episodes later they put that episode that they'd pulled from the listing back in, and so it was shown in the wrong order. Yeah, so there was a lot of stuff that went down regarding that, regarding Fox, but like I said, Joss Whedon really didn't help himself either, to be fair. He wasn't helping himself. He wasn't giving 100%. OJ says, I'm doing great. I'm going to the theme park again today. But I'm meeting up at 10 a.m. my time, which means I am now waiting for my bus to go there. It is now 7:28. Ooh, wait, 28? Ooh, it's 3:30. Ooh, okay. That means I should probably start wrapping things up here as well. Oh, okay. It's been fun today, though. I've talked about things that have made me angry again, but whatever. I need to talk about positives. I need to really talk about positive things. I don't want this to be a chatting stream just about, oh man, isn't this company shit, you know? But it's really sad that the majority of news in big 2026 is like, man, doesn't this company suck? Isn't this awful? I wish it wasn't like that. I really do. Yeah, no, the Toei Games news is great. Unfortunately, there's not a lot to say just yet, because we only know that they're going to be publishing 3 games. But I really do hope that we're going to see a lot of good games coming from them based on their anime franchises. Yeah. Positive things. How about the new Coyote versus Acme trailer? I haven't seen it. There's a new... Wait, Coyote? Like, Wile E. Coyote? Huh. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I hadn't even heard about this. Yeah, there seems to be a Wile E. Coyote movie coming out with John Cena in it. Well, now we know why he retired from wrestling. He gets to be in a Coyote movie. All right, well, I am definitely going to take a look at that. I had no idea this was coming. I'd never heard of it. Oh, I can also see that Saberspark is also I don't know if he's ranting about it or ranting about stuff, but he's like Coyote versus Acme is getting screwed. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay, there's a lot to catch up on already, I guess. Apparently there was a tax day trailer. There's been a new official teaser trailer. There was a trailer that was announced in 2024? What the heck? How did I miss all this? Have you seen the Moana trailer? Have you seen the Moana trailer? The Rock in his CGI inflatable muscle suit. I love it. It looks so bad. I've got zero interest in live action remakes of Disney properties. The only reason that I've watched the Moana trailer is for The Rock, and it looks so bad. It looks fucking awful. Oh, man. But yeah, I didn't know anything about the Coyote movie. I just saw the Moana trailer as I was scrolling through. I had no idea about the Coyote movie. I'm definitely gonna go look this up, like, right now. Now, when I finish the stream. Because that's insane. That looks interesting. I want to find out. I want to find out more. Oh, dear. I wish more anime games got an English dub. It's so rare. Fairy Tail didn't, nor did Sword Art Online or Spy X Family. This is a Spy X Family game? I don't remember the Spy X Family game. But no, you're absolutely right. I think that they should. Look, I'm not the biggest fan of English dubbing in anime. It's just not for me. But I do understand that English dubbing is obviously very useful to people who aren't able to read the subtitles for whatever reason, whether it be an eyesight thing, whether it be a brain thing. Some people just can't read the subtitles, and that's, you know, it is what it is. So the ability to be able to listen to a dub, whether it be the best version or not, it's kind of irrelevant if it's the best version or not. It's more along the lines of, does it help people to be able to experience that anime? Yes, it does. Does it help people to experience that game? Yes, it does. I don't have an issue with my eyesight. I have an issue with the ability to read things that move quickly on screen. I can read text. Usually in dialogue boxes, it tends to be enough text that, or a little enough text that I'm able to read it just fine. But one of the things you'll notice in Monster Hunter Stories 3, I completely ignore the little pop-up messages that appear at the bottom left, because I can't read them anyway. Sometimes I'll try to read them, and maybe I'll get halfway through them, and then I'll be able to just give you the gist of it. But for the most part, I just ignore them, because I can't read them. They move by too quickly, and there's no voice acting on them. And that was a problem I had with Samurai Warriors 5. I like the Samurai Warriors games, right? But while I can play Samurai Warriors for myself, I couldn't stream it. Because I was trying to pay attention to chat, I was trying to speak, I was trying to explain what I was doing, what my tactics were going to be, what my strategy was. And then there would be these pop-ups which would just appear on the screen that I couldn't read because they were going too quickly and they were all voiced in Japanese. So I didn't know what was being said. And I couldn't keep up with the text because the text was auto-scrolling. And so I just realized, you know, after one episode of trying to play the game on stream, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So I had to stop playing. Which sucks, because I like the Warriors games. I like Samurai Warriors. I wanted to play Samurai Warriors 5 because you play as Nobunaga, right? I wanted to play this game. And I just wasn't able to do it. So I do think that more games need an English dub. But I think more games also need to put the effort into voicing all of those additional lines that are just readable on screen. Even if you don't necessarily have the character actors to read them out, maybe you've got like a text-to-speech thing happening, just so you know what's happening on the screen. And it's ridiculous that doesn't exist in this day and age. I mean, like, how much extra would it cost, really, to voice all of those pop-up notifications that come up? You know? I don't know if it would necessarily... I mean, if you're charging by the line or charging by the letter or what have you, then yeah, okay, I can kind of see how that would build, you know, that would build up over time. That would increase all of the dialogue, all of the text that isn't actually spoken. Yeah, okay, I can kind of see that building up over time. That's going to get really expensive. But even just like a text-to-speech would be nice for people who can't keep up. Or, I don't know, make it so that the dialogue doesn't just disappear. Don't time the dialogue. Make it so you have to press a button to scroll it forward. It's ridiculous in this day and age that there isn't that we still have auto-scrolling text. There's no reason to not have a button scrolling text. And there's absolutely no reason to not have text-to-speech. Genuinely, why does anyone want any of these remakes? All of them are either bad or straight up awful. I know, they really are. I find the lack of dubbing in anime games is even worse because in many games, the subtitle doesn't translate all on screen. Think of Xenoblade, for example. No subtitles for the battle. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a really good point. Actually, I'll come back to that. Molly says she's off for a walk and to buy some things, plus to get some sun. I hope y'all have a good day. No worries, Molly. You have a good rest of your day. We'll be streaming some Monster Hunter Stories 3 in a couple of hours. Yeah, if we don't see you before then, catch you later. So back to the dubbing thing. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue that just doesn't get translated. And there's a lot of dialogue even in English things that doesn't get spoken. Yeah, I'm sure that grammar's correct. That's the other thing, though, and I do want to bring this up as well because it was something that I noticed going back through a bunch of recordings that I had from video games to make a montage. I was putting together a montage of a bunch of different video games. You'll get to see that in the future. But one of the games that I noticed a lot of changed dialogue. And once you know a little bit of Japanese, changed dialogue stands out a lot. So I was watching back some clips that I had from the game Code of Princess. And I'm listening to the dialogue, and it's all in Japanese. But I'm listening to the dialogue, and I'm like, now hold on a second. The dialogue that's on the screen is not what was spoken. The dialogue that was on the screen was calling out. So if you've ever seen Code of Princess, the eponymous princess, she basically wears an armor bikini, right? And the joke throughout the entire game is supposed to be, why the hell would you wear an armor bikini? And there's some guards that tell her that she's wearing clothes that are way too revealing. But that's not what the text said. And then the dialogue from one of the characters that's in your party, when you listen to what they say, they are calling the guards a pervert. But the dialogue doesn't say, the text says that the guards are being perverts. The dialogue says, you are wearing a bit of a naughty outfit. It's so different. It's like they completely changed the meaning of the dialogue in the text. And I didn't notice this before. I didn't realize it because I can't speak Japanese. But when I first started playing Code Princess, I just thought it was funny. I did. But now that I'm more aware of Japanese terms and phrases, it was very clear that it was completely rewritten for the English release. And I didn't like that. That was very censored. And I don't like that. I don't like censorship. I don't want censorship. I don't want them to change the meaning of the story. I don't want them to change the meaning of the dialogue for quote-unquote Western sensibilities. There's no sense to Western sensibilities, okay? There isn't. So, how about you just write the story that you want to write? If I'm buying an anime game, right? I'm not buying an anime game for Western writers. I buy a Western game for Western writers. I watch anime and I play anime games for Japanese writers. For Japanese writing, for Japanese jokes, for Japanese storytelling, for Japanese tropes and cliches, for Japanese character designs. I am doing this because I want to experience that Japanese culture. I'm not playing an anime game because I want to hear what some dumb executive in California has to say about the game. I couldn't care less. Couldn't possibly give less of a shit. Or more of a shit, for that matter. I couldn't do either. I don't care. I want to watch / play / read / listen to the media that I paid for. Not the media filtered through someone who's gonna take offense to it. I don't care if you're offended by it. I really don't. That's not for you to decide. It's up to me if I feel offended by something. What I feel offended by? Your censorship. That's what I feel offended by. It's utterly nonsense, and I can't stand it, and I wish they would just stop. Please. Just stop. And speaking of stopping, I'm going to stop right there. I do have something else to show off, but I'm gonna have to show it off later, unfortunately. I'll post it to the Discord. But I bought a new amiibo. When I was out yesterday, I bought a new amiibo. I finally have the Captain Toad amiibo, and he is adorable. I love Captain Toad. Nintendo, come on. Captain Toad 2. Let's go. Hurry up. Waiting for it. How about a new Nintendo Direct, Nintendo? Nintendo Direct. I guess we're not going to get one this month now. Unless they announce, oh, hey, Nintendo Direct next week. I don't think we're going to get one this month. I really thought that we would. It seemed like the correct move. Because we didn't get one in March. Actually, we didn't get one in February. We should have gotten a Nintendo Direct in February. They didn't do one. And so it seemed obvious that they will do one in March. They didn't do one in March, and they haven't done one in April either. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're not going to get a Nintendo Direct, which is a problem. Unless, of course, someone at Nintendo has said, look, we don't have a lot to show, so let's hold off doing a proper Nintendo Direct until we've got a lot of good games to show. And maybe some of the games got delayed, maybe some stuff got held back, maybe they're still working on stuff and they're trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. But at this point in time, I think that the Switch 2 is in a little bit of danger because there's not a lot of brand new Switch 2 exclusives. We got Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is good. But pretty much everything else is Nintendo Switch release with a Switch 2 update, and that's a problem. I think Metroid Prime is the only other one, Metroid Prime 4. So I'm really hoping that Nintendo are working their asses off on bringing us some Switch 2 games, and that we're gonna get announcements for those soon. But I am concerned that we haven't seen a Nintendo Direct yet. I mean, the summer is coming up. They usually drop a lot of games during the summer, and they haven't done that. And we don't know what's coming, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. But Yeah. I'm hoping there'll be a Nintendo Direct soon. I'll just put it that way. It seems strange that they haven't. Seeing as they didn't do one in February, and they haven't done one in March and April. I know this is going to sound obvious, but it's like, oh, there's a very good chance they'll do one in May. But usually in June there would have been a Nintendo Direct, because that would have coincided with E3. But I think between now and July, there's if we don't get a Nintendo Direct by I can sing, I swear. If we don't get a Nintendo Direct before July, I'm gonna start thinking that there's not going to be another one. I'm kind of like on the border of wondering, are we even gonna get a Nintendo Direct in 2026? And I don't know. But, yeah, if we don't get one before July, I don't think we're gonna get one. It might be done. It might be over. Which would suck. That would really suck. But, you know. I want to hope that it's not over. I want to hope that it's, you know, going to be fine. But I genuinely don't know right now. It is possible that Furukawa or someone at the top has decided that Nintendo Directs aren't financially viable. That's possible. I don't agree, but it's possible. I don't know. It just feels strange. Starting to feel like an announcement will come that they're going to end Nintendo Directs. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about. I wonder if they're going to release one in May or June and say, hey, this is actually going to be the last one. It would suck, but it kind of feels like it's going that way. In Dutch, Captain Toad is called Toad Baas, which means Toad Boss. Ooh, nice. That's cool. He is the boss. He's a total boss. Metroid Prime 4 is also on Switch 1. Oh, really? So the only... Does that mean the only Nintendo... Hang on. Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. Oh, Mario Kart World. And Pokopia. Okay. So we've got the whole of 2. Nice. Oh, no. Wait, what about Mario Tennis Fever? Was that on Switch as well? Switch 2. Just Switch 2. Okay. So, Mario Kart World, Mario Tennis, Donkey Kong, Pokopia. Says 4. Yoshi and the Mystery Book? Is that, Switch and Switch 2? No, it's Switch 2. There's 5. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book has got a warning on it for mild violence. Yeah, okay. Not, Wikipedia. Nintendo Switch 2 only games. There's a game called A-Train 9 Evolution. Don't know that one. BitBoy Arcade 2. I don't know what that is. These are all shovelware. Card and Casino. Chillin' by the Fire. Okay, so we got Donkey Kong Bonanza, Drag X Drive, which looked like a really cool concept, but completely failed to land. Dusk Bloods, which isn't out yet. Shitty football game. Fast Fusion. Fast Fusion is actually really good. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. That one's not out yet. So far we're on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. Apparently that wasn't on Switch 2. That was on Switch. Wasn't on Switch 1. So there's 4. Kirby Air Riders. That's 5. Mario Kart World is 6. Mario Tennis Fever is 7. Nintendo Welcome Tour, if you want to count that, is 8. Pokopia is 9. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S. That is on other consoles though. That's not exclusive to Nintendo. Oh, the new Survival Kids. Yeah, no one's playing that, unfortunately. It looks like there's about... Looks like there's gonna be about 11 games. Yikes. That's a yikes for me, bro. That is a yikes. It has only been 1 year, as opposed to, you know, PS5, which has got the same number of games. But yeah. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We're actually just about to wrap up. But hey. Okay. Sorry, right, I am. Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be a new Splatoon game, a new Fire Emblem game, there's gonna be a new Yoshi game. All of these are exclusive, but they haven't come out yet, so I wasn't counting those. You heading out now? Off to catch the train? Alright. That reminds me, despite translating the game, they kept the title for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book in English, which is really funny to watch the Dutch dubbed over trailer. Oh, really? I'll have to take a look at that. Hey, actually, post it to the Discord so I can take a look. You've been busy? Yeah, I expect. That's alright, though. That's alright. We can't all, you know, I don't have any problems with people who can't hang out. That's alright. That's cool. That's what we're here for. At the end of the day, we're here to create a place where people can come and hang out and have a chat. If folks can't make it, that's not a big deal. I'm still going to provide that space. And, I'm not going to do what I did on Wednesday. I'm going to try not to do what I did on Wednesday. We have been kind of ranting today, though. I would like to be able to focus on more positive topics in the future. So, yeah. There's also DME. DME I was? Which I believe is also coming to Switch 1 at some point, but it's a really sweet 45 minutes experience that I recommend. Okay. You can finally have a rest today. That's good news. What was the rant about? We've been ranting about all kinds of things. mostly about Ubisoft. You know, the usual. You know, the usual. Being angry at Ubisoft because they're Ubisoft. People trying to take our games away. The industrialized medical system. That's another thing we kind of complained about. But yeah. Oh, do I have any tea left? I don't know if I have any tea left in my... Oh, it's not hot anymore. I do have a little... Yeah, I've got a little bit of tea left, but it's not... Yeah, it's cold. Even the tea in my teapot's cold. I need a proper tea cozy. I need a proper tea cozy. All I've got is like a towel wrapped around it so it doesn't immediately go cold. But it's been, what now, 3 hours? More like 4 hours. We've been streaming for 4 hours here, and my tea is now cold, so I have to leave. I need to refuel. How about the Ocarina of Time remake rumor? At this point in time, I still think that they are making an Ocarina of Time remake. I've said this for over a year now. But from what I've seen from the quote-unquote leakers, they haven't really provided anything that made me think, yeah, this is credible. Like I said, thing is that I think a lot of people do the same thing that I do. They sit down, they look at everything that's being talked about, they look at what's going on in the news, they look at the Nintendo, what's it called? The Nintendo shareholders meetings and a bunch of stuff like that. You know, they look at business, because Nintendo talks a lot in newspapers in Japan, you know, there's always interviews and interactions going on. I think people just do like I do. They read up on these things and then they go, okay, I think I understand how this all fits together, but I'm going to tell everyone that a Nintendo insider told me what it is. I don't believe for 1 second that most of these are leaks, because how many times now have they leaked that there's going to be a Nintendo Direct this week? It's been going on for 3 months. For 3 months, people have been saying there's going to be a Nintendo Direct this week, and there hasn't been. So I don't believe for 1 second that any of these are actually real leakers. I don't see it, because people will forgive them and will forget that they have made all these mistakes. And they'll just be like, oh yeah, you know, but they were right about this. No, they weren't right about that. They said that every week for 3 years until it turned out to be correct. That wasn't a leak. That was just, we know it's coming. It's like if I was to say in every single stream, they're working on a new 3D Mario game. Eventually, they're going to announce a new 3D Mario game. It's like me saying, Nintendo are going to announce that there's going to be a Mario Brothers 3 movie. Yeah, we know. Everyone knows that. It's eventually going to be true. And that's the problem. I don't think these leakers are actually leakers. I think for the most part, they are liars and they are leeches. They are leeches that prey on your hype, your enjoyment. They get you excited for something and then it doesn't happen. Look at all the times that leakers said, oh yes, Nintendo are going to confirm Mario Kart 9. Mario Kart 9, that's going to happen. Nintendo are going to confirm it. Mario Odyssey 2 as well. And it never happened. But did you see people complaining to the leakers? Oh, you lied about that? There was no Mario Kart 9? No! People on social media were screaming at Nintendo because the leakers have already confirmed that this game is coming out. Nintendo, why didn't you show it? Because it didn't exist. Because it never did. There was never a Mario Odyssey 2. There was never a Mario Kart 9. I mean, it was Mario Kart World, but it wasn't Mario Kart 9. It was never going to happen. And they've been arguing about this for literal years. They've been claiming it was going to be leaking Mario Kart 9 for literally 3 years before the Switch 2 released. And even all the way back in 2021, when I was still streaming on Twitch, I said they are not going to release Mario Kart 9 on the Switch. They won't do it because they just re-released Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, a game that didn't get the amount of attention that it deserved while it was on the Wii U, because the Wii U underperformed. So they will they re-released it on the Switch, and that is going to be your Switch Mario Kart game. What they will probably do is release another track pack. And in 2001, I was right. Because I'm smart. Because I read things. Not because I'm a leaker. Because I read things. Because I understand a little bit of how business works. But I said all along, there's not going to be a Mario Kart 9. And even when the Switch 2 released, it still wasn't Mario Kart 9. This is what I mean by ranting. But again, I'm not pretending to be a leaker. I'm not saying, oh yeah, don't worry, Shigeru Miyamoto called me up in the middle of the night and he said, Aneuryn, look out, Mario Kart 10 next week. No, I'm not pretending that. I'm looking at things and going, do you know what? This looks like a hint towards that, and that. And currently, my concern is that there's not going to be a Nintendo Direct until June. And if that's the case, I think that Nintendo Directs are going to become a twice a year thing. They're going to release one in May or June for the second half of the year, and they're going to release one in November/December to cover Christmas and the first half of 2027. I think it's going to become a twice a year thing. They may even cancel doing Nintendo Directs altogether and just announce trailers on their YouTube channel. I don't want to see the Nintendo Directs disappear, but I do think that's a possibility. Because they're currently trying to cut costs. That's the thing. There's paying attention. Nintendo are trying to cut costs. And if that means they're going to try to cut costs by cutting down on things like Nintendo Directs, then that's something that we're just going to have to deal with, unfortunately. But I do think that's going to be it. I think that's, I think we're going to... I think we will see an Ocarina of Time remake. I do think that's going to happen. For two reasons. One, this is Mario 40. They're not celebrating the 40th anniversary of Legend of Zelda this year. That's quite clear. The fact that they completely missed the 40th anniversary of Legend of Zelda in February. Right? And they didn't even... I think there was a... They posted something on X about the anniversary of A Link to the Past, which was in March. No, was it March? Beginning of April. Oh, it might be March, actually. Yeah, I think it was March. I don't think they're going to do a Zelda 40. What I think they're going to do is an Ocarina of Time 30th anniversary, and they'll also celebrate other Zelda titles at the same time. This is also going to be... we're going to get the Legend of Zelda movie next year. So we've got the Legend of Zelda movie coming in 2026. We're gonna get the Ocarina of Time 30th anniversary celebration in 2027. And I think we're also gonna get the Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD remasters for the Switch 2. So, yeah. Those are things I think that we're still going to see. I don't think that it's out of the ballpark of possibility, but I definitely don't believe the leakers. Nothing that the leakers have said makes me think that they actually know when it's going to happen, but I do agree that it is happening. Are you positive about the Zelda movie? Yeah, it's 2026. May 2026, I'm pretty sure. Legend of Zelda movie. Oh, no, hold on. No, I was wrong. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's May 2027. Yeah. So there you go then. Okay. So it's going to be, it's all coordinating around 2027. My bad. I thought that it was going to be in between. Did I just... Hang on a minute. Did I just get it backwards? No. Right, okay, no, it's... Sorry. Ocarina of Time is in... the 30th anniversary for Ocarina of Time is going to be in 2028, not 2027. My bad. I basically pulled the timeline forward by 1 hour. By 1 hour? Really? By 1 year. Sorry, that was my bad. I made a mistake there. The movie is coming out in 2027. Ocarina of Time celebration will be in 2028. So that's when it's going to be 30th anniversary of Ocarina of Time. But I do think over the course of the next 3 years, we are going to see Zelda announcements. They are going to happen. And I'm absolutely certain right now that they are already working on the next Legend of Zelda 3D game. It's most likely not going to tie into Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. It might be another like time skip, like, you know, as all of the other Zelda games have been, but it is going to be in the same universe as Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, as far as I imagine. I don't think they're going to go back to the old timelines. Not anytime soon, at very least, because the new timeline is most certainly separate from the old timelines. It's 2026 right now. Yeah, I know. My brain is just on fire. You were right, Tim. I was wrong. Like I said, I pulled everything forward 1 year, essentially. But no, the movie is going to be in 2027. The Ocarina of Time 30th anniversary is going to be in 2028. There we go. My bad. But that is going to be it from me for today. For now. I'm going to be back in... Actually, let me pull up the schedule. Alrighty. So, that's going to be it from today. Oh my goodness, the chat. Come on. Why? Why does this no work? Why you know? Why you know? I fixed this once. Why is this not working now? There we go. Got it. I'm gonna have to do... I'm just gonna stay where we are. I'm not gonna go back to the chatting screen. I'm gonna stay where we are. It's safer here. Alrighty. So that is going to be it from me for Talking Tea with Aneuryn. We've gone on a little bit longer than I was planning, but that's fine. I've still got some time to go and make myself some food and be back in time for 6 p.m. We're going to be playing some more Monster Hunter Stories 3 in just a couple of hours. And then tomorrow at 6 p.m. we're going to be playing 𝗏𝗏𝗁. So I hope you've enjoyed the chat. I'm going to go and... cold tea. Delicious. Yeah. You should take a short nap. Oh, no, I can't take a nap. Yeah, I can't take a nap. If I take a nap, I'll be worse. I promise. You, me, what? Food. Oh, yeah, I do need to eat. Anyway, that's going to be it from the Talk and Tea stream. I will see you all at 6 p.m. for 𝗏𝗏𝗁. No, not 𝗏𝗏𝗁. That's tomorrow. For Monster Hunter Stories 3. Cold tea, guilty. I know it's cold. It's horrible. I hate it. I'm going to go and, I'm going to go make some new tea. So, anyway. If you've enjoyed today's stream, please do consider leaving a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. And if you've really enjoyed it, hit the subscribe button and ring the bell to be notified of when I'm going to be live next. If you want to support me on this channel, we do have memberships and super chats and everything that is there for you guys to help support me and this channel. I'm just trying to slot this in because YouTube keeps telling me that I need to tell you about monetization. Alright. Sure thing. Aside from YouTube, you can follow me on social media. I've got an X, I've got a Threads, and I've got an Instagram account. And we have a Discord community. Links of everything are down in the description. But that is going to be it from me for this stream. I will be back in a couple of hours. Until then, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you, peace, love, and high scores. See you later, everyone.